Yo, hello everyone. Finally, hello for this PR analysis stream right after a very exciting one tri-league match on NTSC against Luke, aka Calamity. Wow, that was very entertaining, even for me to play it. I was able to turn around 2 sets and get a 3-0, but it could have gone way longer. And it was more stressful than I imagined because I haven't played NTSC in about 2 years and only had a short warm-up today. So that was it. That was that match. Yeah, the triple 57 was quite spectacular to look at. Just a big coincidence. So now I am here for you with some advice. Some of you send me some videos, send in their PRs to get analyzed and get feedback for. So that's what I will do today, this afternoon. And you send in quite a lot. That's my third PR analysis I do in about 1.5 or 2 years. And this is the one with the most runs so far. I have 34 videos to analyze. And I will go in chronological order as they appear in the game. So I will start on Luigi Raceway, and there are 3 different runs for this track. I will always go from the slowest and worst ranked time of those you send in to the best one. So I will start with the weaker times and then move up on that particular track, and then I will go further to the next track and then from the worst to the best again. And we have 14 out of 16 tracks covered today. Only missing, what was it, Bowser's Castle and Rainbow Road. No times for these 2 tracks. Oh yeah, and there were a lot of raids coming in during my match already, I think. So very belated. I had no webcam and no audio. A very belated thank you to Antistar, aka Mario, for the big raid early on, and also for Mexian for raiding after the match, and thank you for hosting as well. And now thank you Dossey for another raid. All right. Let's start with the first run. Or not. So I'll move the audio to my TV because I will watch it there. I didn't check the audio volumes, Dossey. So I hope this is not too loud and I can always adjust it. So we will start with the first run, Luigi Raceway. Ranked 192nd from the dock. Enter with a fast lap. 38-13. Oh yeah, it's PAL. I've played NTSC, so this looks unfamiliar now. Okay. I think it's not on the N64. Alright, I hope everything was good and visible for you. I think it is. Looks like it is. So I will start analyzing right now. Also hello to everyone in the chat. A quick hello. Yeah, he still plays on the Wii. Yeah. So what I see immediately at the beginning is that he starts very far to the right. I think you can see the mouse, right? Yeah, when I click on it, you can see the mouse. That's great. Okay. So sometimes I will point out a few things with a mouse, computer mouse. So you can see his ghost does it as well. He starts very far to the right. Here on the lane, on the right lane. So ideally you want to start in the middle or on the separator here, the little lane separator between the left and the middle lane. That gives you a shorter distance to the first turn, of course. Then he does the right facing MT, and I think he wanted a bit wiggle room there. This is okay. Now with this one you want to go down to the closest you can go to the sand. It's a banked turn, so you can go quite, how to say, smooth with the MTs. It doesn't have to be a long glide. You can turn a bit. It's a bank turn, so you have to always go as far down as possible, of course. And it's an obvious improvement he can do. He does it, but a bit late. So this is the fourth MT, and he's a bit late with that. Could release it a bit earlier if he does everything a bit earlier. There was a bit of sand, I think, if I saw that correctly. So that is obviously something he can improve, and it's an easy fix. Once you get a lap clean there without a sanded, you save time. So the tunnel entrance, he can jump a bit later and a bit further right, especially further right. Maybe it's too tough if you do it too late. Okay, and then he gets a bonk off the wall. You want a little touch of the wall there to have the best line and stay close to the right, but he gets quite an aggressive hit and gets put off too far. So he doesn't, his goes is a little bit better. He doesn't go on the right side of the right lane anymore. And that gives him a bad angle, and he does this slide way too early. So he should wait quite long to start that one towards the exit. The surface is not great there. It's bumpy, so it is difficult. And this way you get more time to charge it, but of course it slows you down. Yeah, he's holding that quite long. And now the Ghost does it a little bit better, but he should definitely aim further left. Further left and shroom earlier. Yeah, that's a very late shroom for a triple shroom. So he goes away from the wall too soon. A little bit too soon. And since he did everything late, look, he is already on the road again. And the shroom is still going, still going. Now the shroom runs out and he is already on the track. You want to have the shroom run out when you return and not much later, and then you release the charged MT. And not everything at once. So he's wasting a bit of that triple shroom there. That's an easy fix if you just practice the timing a bit. And yeah, that is it for the first flap here on Luigi Raceway. So we can move on to the next run, which is coincidentally ranked 192nd. It's the same rank, it's the same flap, but it's on NTSC from Cailyn. So there's a 3171 from Cailyn. They have the same rank, but it's NTSC. So let's look at that. Sorry, I want to see that again. And that's on the Switch. So similar. That's funny. Okay, this is way different. All right. Okay, let's watch this. Dossey, I will probably do timestamps, yeah. I mean, I will transfer the whole thing, yes. But yeah, I could put timestamps in there. Sure. Will take a little bit of time, but I can do that. Okay, and I have to make sure I drink a lot because I had water, because I had an exciting match and I have to talk a lot today. So it's also a voice test. So this start, each person, I'll just go through everything. Yeah, makes sense. So for the start, it's a little bit better, but not by much. It's still further right than you want it. I mean, that's similar advice on some spots now. This start is a bit far right, but not as much as enters. So then we have two MTs, alternating MTs, that's fine. A bit slow on the execution, but you have to be super quick on NTSC. So on a lower level, that's quite challenging. Finishing a bit late here. And this one is too early, actually. You should wait a bit longer with that one. Yeah, the spacing is alright. You can do another MT if you are really fast, but you don't have to. So I wouldn't start this slide on the downhill slope. I would wait maybe half a second longer because it can throw your angle off a bit. And yeah, Cailyn just got it in time, but I would still recommend to start it a bit later. But it's actually well done. It's just very tricky. In general, that's a spot where you can get a bad line quite often. So if you just wait a little bit longer until you are on the flat surface again, that makes it easier. On the other hand, if you are on NTSC, you have to be super quick with that one. I based this off my PAL experience. Three and four. The timing is better here for the 4 MTs during the turn than on Enters run. Finishing nice, lining up nicely with the straight. Nice correction, but now big time into the sand, so that's even a bigger time loss there. I think the run apart from that is a bit faster, but this was the big time loss. So just do either a left facing MT. If you aim a bit further right here towards the trees there, so Yoshi's pointing a bit more here to the right, then you can do a left facing MT if you're fast enough. Or you have to be a bit further here in the middle of the road, and then you can start the right facing MT. But this is too far left for a right facing SSMT. So it carries onto the sand for quite long. Here the entrance to the tunnel was a bit wide. But then this is a good setup for the tunnel exit. Also a better one here, I would say, better than Enters run on this specific spot of the track. Starting a bit early too, could have been a bit later, but yeah, it's tough. You have to be fast. So this is a better placement to release the MT. And did you hear the engine go up and down, up and down? The bumpy surface there can cause some issues and slow you down, so that's unfortunate. A bit wide, of course. If you look at this, you can always go a bit closer to the wall. Also, the third shroom needs to be longer around the wall. So try to still turn a little bit here, and then counter steer maybe about here. Start to counter steer to go back to the road. So don't start that too early and go away from the wall too early. So this is still in the shroom state, already arriving back on the road. So that's the same, a similar mistake, sorry. You have to be longer on the grass and the sand during the shroom, and make sure it runs out just as you go back onto the road. And then that was a little skip of frames. And then you don't waste your shroom as much. But yeah, there are a few spots. There are a few spots which are, I think, better, but the big time loss was before the tunnel, going into the sand there for quite a long time. Enter did the same, went into the sand there, but not as for as long as Cailyn did. So moving on to the final Luigi Raceway run, and this one is a big jump in ranking, 22nd from Breaknrox, and it's a 3-lap. And it's loud. And it's without track music. What the heck? No sand. Nice. Got the mystery boost. Breaknrox is a left-facing SSMT guy. Oh, what was that? Okay, obviously this is very high level, 158.47. I spotted a few things, but it's a lot less than during the previous runs. Hey Fispe. Alright, let's start with it again. The open is quite good. You see how he waits until the road is flat again? Now it's flat from this angle, or this polygon, and now the MT, or the slide in general. Good first turn. Good indicator of the timing is you finish this MT and you don't have to correct your line as much. Just go. A nice SMT. A bit early still, but that's not much. When you jump into the MT, if you want to be more aggressive, do it right as you enter the tunnel. But yeah, it's a good wall touch. Only one, and then lining up very close to the wall, so that's well done. Got a few bumps there, but it's unlucky. Yeah. So what I noticed on every lap, it's even more obvious on the second lap. If you have a wrong angle here, it happens to me as well. You get airborne here. Did you see that? Little airborne time, air time. There. Maybe go a little bit later onto the sand. A little bit later, and then aiming a little bit further left. But that's very hard to do, and I tend to make the same mistake. I think the shroom has to be a bit earlier. After the hop. Nice mystery boost there. No mistake there. And now he only does left facing SMTs. If you get them as clean as this, then it's fine. But a few hundreds can be saved if you alternate between the SSMTs there and you don't go straight and parallel to these lane separators. Every time you do the left facing SSMT and then you go a little bit across, aiming towards the left. I can show you on the straight. He even does it a little bit aiming left. And if you have a bit more space here on this side, then you can do a right facing SSMT. And you don't have to correct your line by straightening out as much. So you can save just a little bit there if you want to try out very advanced strats there. But he does some nice SSMTs there. So this is a bit far up, a bit wide, should be lower. Yeah, much lower. Okay, that was better on the third one. Yeah. And the way on this banked sloped turn to stay low is that you release the MT and then you turn a little bit to the left, which you normally don't want to do in the game because turning without sliding and charging an MT is slow. But on this banked turn, you have the slope in your advantage and it helps you to stay low, which is very hard otherwise. So you can turn just a little, but then you jump very fast into the next MT on the next slide. Good job there. Again, the air time, being in the air. Yeah, it's very precise though on the angle. So try to get off the road a little bit later, but not by much since he has a 2 shroomer coming up. Okay, I noticed something. He does the next hop and waits a bit before he shrooms, but he should immediately shroom and turn more. So hop into the slide and immediately turn more. This goes too far away from the wall. It's only a few like pixels, but yeah, he turns a bit late. Can be done a bit earlier. And then the shroom, the last shroom there. He is on the road and the shroom is still going. Not for much, but a little bit. And then the chain of SSMTs again. There's a bigger gap between this one and this one, because of the hill, of course. But all the SSMTs were a little bit early maybe, but not by much. Oh yeah, that was a mistake. Stayed low. Stayed quite low. And now this was too high up and didn't steer enough. So wide. And definitely a time loss. And of course this, yeah, was a bad angle. He had to correct and also in the tunnel had to correct. These are some mistakes I don't have to tell him. He knows. Yeah, that charge was late. 2 wall hits. Okay, on the tunnel exit, I would say aim further right. Hold the MT a little bit longer and then stay on the right side. Then this little correction move is not necessary again. And makes this one easier too. And this needs, that was a bit wide, needs aggressive turning after the MT release. Turn left. And the last one I would do a bit later. It's a long time before finishing the run. So wait, now do it. A bit later then. This reduces the gap. It's better spacing. But yeah, Luigi Raceway is about very small things. to cut down the last tenths. I mean, this is a good time. Not easy to improve. I would say the opener is quite solid, and lap 2 and 3 had more improvement room. Lap 3 had some obvious mistakes, maybe because of nerfs and just yeah, a few angles in front of the tunnel not lining up perfectly there. And lap 2, the most obvious thing I noticed was during the double shroom. Shrooming a bit late and should hop a bit, or shroom immediately after the hop and after the turn. That is what I noticed. But very criticism on very high level. I know he wanted me to have a closer look on lap 2 there, not the opener. So moving on to the next track. Moo Farm. I have only one submitted time from Rack Attack. It is a well-ranked time on 30th on NTSC at 1:12.74. It's even louder. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Japanese peach. Okay, it's a replay. It's a replay. I forgot. That must have looked crazy during the actual run. My advice, don't play this track, but if you do, you need to be lucky, as you can see. What are the odds for this run to come through? Alright. Nicely done, but also lucky as hell. Alright. Let's watch it again. So far so good. You see there's a gap between these two. That was not even exactly where you should go. You should jump a bit later and not be in a slide here, but that's very marginal. So that's the path you have to, you have to choose, ideally without hitting the fence. So the first very obvious thing I noticed is during this turn here. That's too low. You have to try to release this slide here, this MT, I mean, during that slide. You charge this MT. And if you finish it about here, you have to steer a bit further right to counteract the slope, which will drag you a bit down. So aim further right than Rack is doing. Oh yeah, that was an awkward release after getting airborne, I think. So that delayed it. Probably not on purpose to be so far down. So you have to be further up right on the fence here. And then you have to jump with one big jump around the fence there. To stay further up, closer to the fence still, all the time. And then this next, you swerve around and the next left slide will be a bit higher up too. Then you notice you get the engine up, revving up because you go all the way down. So that is a good aim for the bridge to pass it. You can be a bit further left, closer to the left side fence. Yeah, release was a tad late, but it was good. This is okay. Okay, here you want to be as close to the fence as possible again to avoid this little hole here. Yeah, the S-turn is quite tricky, yeah. And then I always do a little double hop before the shroom to line up even further right to get a better angle to line up further on the right side towards the fence. Yeah, how you express it? To be more angled, more aiming right, you know. A double hop gives you a sharper turn. And then this was a bit lucky, of course, but that's the spot where you have to be lucky. I think we should watch that in slow motion, right? No, I'm not messing around with slow motion now. I have a different VLC setup and I don't see the button for it. I can just pause. So I'm aiming further right here normally than Rack is doing, so that you don't go left of this hole, you go all the way here. That is the lucky and fast route you have to choose. And by this little double hop I can do that. But it's a nice correction, a bit late with the MT release, but the fence, the bumpy slopes and surface makes it really hard to release the MT. And then you likely run into the fence, but not if you go a bit wider like Rack did. Okay, that MT should have been a bit later. This one here, a bit later. That is so lucky because of the replay. So the modes on the actual run were different, I think. That's one hole, that's two holes. So lap 1 was better. Again, same mistake, go closer to the fence. Okay, this was nice, that was better than on lap 1. Stayed closer to the left. Yeah, this looks as if you will hit the bridge, but it takes into account the slope dragging you down again. See? Didn't turn. Okay, similar than lap 1. Nothing very different I have to say about this. There could be a double hop here to stay further right, but the single hop and late turn and all the air time made Rack go really wide here. And then lucky to steer to get the yellow smoke and not hit the mole there. So yeah, on the release here, if you aim a bit further right than necessary, you will touch the fence, but that's okay. It's better than going super wide at the end of the lap. So that little fence touch is okay. It's very common. So last lap, let's see if there's anything special. Oh, that was for me the cleanest of the 3 laps. Yeah, good line. A bit problem with the S-turn again. This was a bit better than the other laps, but then yeah, the bumps got Rack again and messed the timing for the next bit up. That was too rough, too early into the fence. Here, you don't want to hit the fence here already. If I go back again. You don't want to hit it on this corner, rather here in this section. If you do, it doesn't bump you out as much. Okay, good finish of the slide, but the surface sometimes turns you too much towards the fence and then you hit it. So 2 fence hits were a bit much. 1 would be better. But yeah, decent run. On one of the most difficult tracks for sure. Definitely very difficult. Alright, my mouth is super dry. It's time for a short break. And then I will do the next set of tracks. Moving on to Koopa Troopa Beach. So stay tuned for that. Okay, let's move on to the next track, Koopa Troopa Beach. I have a run ranked 157th from Blackwing, who announced his comeback. It's a PAL flap. I need to see that start again, it's important. Okay, nice finish. But there's a lot. There's a lot. He will crush this. He will crush this. Starting with the setup, which is very important here. You start after, what was it, 33 seconds, around 33. Or if that's too fast for you to set up lap 1, you should go around 41 seconds. So yeah, anything between 40 and 41 on his level will give him a good water cycle. If you take into account that you are a bit... Yo, Blackwing. If you take into account that you are a bit slower than the top guys, then of course you have to start a little bit earlier. And the good thing about the start is you don't have to worry about the water there. No matter how far the tide is, if you go even below the water level, you submerge. It's okay because you have a shroom. So Blackwing, your ghost does it much better here. I think you know that already. Let me pull up this Twitch chat again. It does it better because it stays a little bit further up. You don't want to go to the finish line post and onto the bright sand. You can stay on the dark sand. Ah, it's not your ghost. All right, Dossey's. So the Ghost from Dossey does two things better. It has a better lineup, releasing the MT, I guess, way earlier. Yeah, here's Dossey's Ghost, charging the MT, charging it, release. So I don't recommend to go all the way up here, it's not necessary, but release the MT way before the finish to get an MT and a glide facing this way, but to line up so you have so you go parallel in a straight line, I mean parallel to the water, so to speak, and you have time to jump into the next MT very soon after you cross the finish line. That's what he does. Excuse me. He jumps way earlier into the... Yo, both guys are here, nice. Into the left facing slide, and I would say you can go a little bit further right, but not by much. A little bit further down is okay, but yeah, release the MT early, face straight, parallel to the water there on the right, to this line here. You go straight. You can aim for this end of the rock there, that ledge. And then you jump earlier into the slide and shroom. So your shroom is a bit late. Let's watch it again. Yeah, see how Dossey is further left in a more straight line with the shroom. And you have to come back from a position which is a bit far right. So that's the big start difference. And the next thing here is, after you come around this rock here, you release the MT and you glide a bit, wait a bit. You jump very early. And you shroom too early too. That shroom should carry you until this corner. So let's go back again. You glide. And maybe here you do the first hop. You already finished it, so hop later. One hop, second hop. And then you shroom later than this. A bit later. Not by much, but a bit. It was a bit early. Everything was a tad early. Just experiment with different timings. And this slide here, that is tricky. You can do it as early as you do, because the surface drags you towards the rock sometimes. So it's difficult to do that late. On a high level, there would be another advice. But this is perfectly fine for now, because you have a nice clean finish here. And it's a very tough one. So if you want to be advanced, you go left of the palm tree, but you don't have to. It's minimal, marginal improvement. So you can stay here on the right for now. That one left you a bit too far on the left. You finished a bit too far on the left. Maybe there was some oversteering going on. But yeah, try to be like the Ghost does, further on the right. So you are closer to this corner of the ramp. And what happens now is you go way too far off to the right. And it's a sloped sand going from left to down right. So don't be as far on the right here. That's way too far. And now you have to be, you have to steer further left again to come back. So you just make it onto the ramp. And if you just go further left already, then you have a better line. Yeah, the ramp was a bit lucky. Okay, next thing is, if you want to improve your ramp part into the tunnel, you can do a slide on it. And a slide is only doable if you approach it from further left. Because if you, as soon as you jump into a slide in this position, you will miss the ramp. So be further left, face it a bit more straight ahead, not in this angled position. You can do the slide on the right half, especially later if you try to experiment with the turn. But at the start, if you don't want to turn in, then you have to be in the middle, I think, and you counter steer as you go up the ramp. So you don't turn into the tunnel, you have a yeah, a more direct approach, so to speak, because you are not turning, which makes it more difficult, in my opinion, to finish the MT in the tunnel. But the other things I mentioned so far, they will help a lot, so you don't have to do everything at once if you're not comfortable yet with this ramp MT. So you turn left in a jump. That was a good release. Tunnel exit looks good. Maybe try, you see that Yoshi's tilted here. Maybe try if you jump into the tunnel with a left turn, sorry, without sliding. You just turn and jump. Try to straighten out in the tunnel so that you are not turning while you go through here. Just keep it straight, keep the head straight. You can see that very well on Yoshi's head. Because turning without sliding and charging in MT will slow you down. So straighten out here. Maybe you can release this MT a bit earlier, but not by much. Here, about here, you can release it. Okay, hold your shroom until the very end. No, sorry, I misclicked. So you release the MT and your shroom is still going. Now the shroom runs out. No, it's still going. Now it runs out. So yeah, try to get the most out of your shroom, even though you go a little bit into the water. Okay, the way you approach the finish is a good way. Not too far down into the water, but not too far to the left, so the shortest distance towards the extended finish line. That is a good finish. But yeah, you can crush this PR if you just change the start method, how you do the start in the first and the second shroom. The second shroom was a bit early. After the tunnel, it was quite good. I wouldn't change anything there. Should be able to cut a lot of this if you just improve the first half. Yeah, do it again. Cut another quarter of a second. Why not? Okay, we have another second Koopa Troopa Beach run. Ranked very similarly, 151st from Pokermon. Let's get that. Ooh, it's loud. And it's a 3-lap. And it's NTSC. Ooh. People are really using all of the ramp on the right. Left side of the palm tree. That was better than lap 1. Oh no. Oh, my goodness. That ramp. It looks so narrow. Well, apparently there's a lot of space. Alright, it's a bit harder for me to analyze NTSC runs because it goes by so fast. Hey, but hey, I just played NTSC, so it's supernatural again. No fear ramp, yeah, that sums it up. Here, Steve. Okay, let's start all over again. This is still okay. You can go over this ledge. This one here, it's super flat, so it will not slow you down by much. It's a matter of a few hundreds, but almost nothing. The double hop, Blackwing, I mean, you played the flap, it's a bit different, but the double hop was a bit later than on Blackwings. Hop, hop. That last bit of the slide has to be further left. It's tricky because there are multiple parts of the rock sticking out, and this is all sloped towards the right, away from it, so it's not easy to stay tight. But yeah, this has to be further left, closer, especially when you finish here. It's a bit wide. Also, it carries all the way here, because Pokémon didn't adjust. They go very wide here. Too long, don't hold it as long. This is all good so far, but here needs to be the next toggle, sorry. And you have to finish that MT as you go around the corner. If you finish it later, it's much harder to line up the ramp. If you finish it around the last of these triple ramps, then you can use the straightening up motion to steer and move further left, already anticipating that slope, dragging you a little bit further right. That's what I see. Yo, hey, Pokemon. That's what I see on a lot of people's one tries as well. They don't take into account that the slope will drag them a little bit to the right, especially as soon as you turn again. As soon as you do something other than going straight, but even then, it will drag you a little bit, pull you to the right. So you can aim for the left half of the ramp and end up on the right half. So this is way too late. Super late. Look at this. How did you manage, Pokemon, to still make your way in? This is very acrobatic, but I don't recommend it. So do everything earlier, and then you can line up a bit further left. Look at this. This is close. Okay, so this is the method I described on Blackwing's flap. What you can do is you start your slide and then you counter steer. So you do not turn to the left, you steer to the right as you go here, to not turn and go in a parallel way to what the ramp is facing. But then as you go in, you have to toggle very quickly. And that was well done to still get that MT before you crash into the right wall. That is not easy, so well done on that. Good MT release, very nice. And good shroom. And again, hold the shroom until the very end. I have to watch it again. Hold the slide until the very end of the shroom, I mean. I hear Peach's MT release and I still see the exhaust being in the shroom state. So hold this shroom slide as long as you can. You take the maximum out of it. And this again, there's a little correction hop. This is again a sloped surface and very hard to get these MTs right. Ideally, you don't want to snake too much on the surface. Go more in a straight line. So this is too much, but it's difficult. It would be good if you stay on the dark sand here. You hold this a bit too long. So that is additional distance you cover there. Do the shortcut, sure. Okay, and the next thing I noticed, you hop too early into the slide here. Wait until you get out of the water, approaching the bright sand here, and use this uphill, use that for your hop. You can hop into the slide here and still make it round the rock. So you do it a bit too early. So you hold it very long. Okay, this is a bit spaced out, the hops. You did that better on lap 1. Just repeat what you did there on lap 1. This is a bit spaced out. Okay, that was a nice finish. This section is better than lap 1. Nice tight here. Even aiming too far left afterwards. So you needed to turn a bit further right while straightening out. But in general this is good. Just don't aim so far left afterwards. Now correction done. Okay, this is good. Alright, this is interesting. Still too late. This has to be released earlier. This is way too late. But you're further left. Much further left than lap 1. So you have a bad aim, but you have still more time. And you are in the middle of the ramp, I think. Yeah, this is better. This is not as scary as lap 1. Okay, this is good. I mean, you always have the risk to crash here on the left if you don't do the turn into the tunnel motion. But in general, this is better and faster. Okay, a bit wider than lap 1. You did it better there, I think. Yeah, you have to be a bit closer here, further left. And the correction again, going onto the white sand, the same as a lap earlier. Just repeat what I recommended there. You even got a little bit of air time because you were so far left. Yeah. And that caused some issues there. Ooh, that was close. Better aim. That was better than lap 2, I would say. How you managed this release. Yeah, that was the best. This part was the best of all 3 laps. Not the next one though. All NTSC so fast. My mouse is on the couch, so I'm not as good as on the mouse pad. This is a bit wide, a bit far right. And this is a bit far left, very similar to the second lap. And this aim is crazy. I have to watch that again. It's impressive that you make this work. You're aiming so far off to the right. Still. And this is scary again. So lap 2 is your example how it should be done. What was good is that you flew so close to this polygon into the tunnel that you had a lot. You did have a lot of wiggle room here to get the MT done. So you're not even close to the right wall this time. That was the benefit of that. Nice last shroom. And yeah, good finish. Didn't get too deep into the water. All right. Interesting acrobatics there on the tunnel ramp. Very interesting to see that. And that it worked. And we can move on to the next one. We have a triple coming up on Calimari Desert. Starting with ElectroTDS, who has a beginner time ranked 590th. Not the standard beginner, just in general. A starter. I think it's a fast lap. Yeah, 34:39. Here we go. Oh, this is great. It's just entertaining, that's why I'm laughing. All right. I was just surprised by the approach of the double shroom. Yeah, I hope you can improve it, Pokermon. So, first, don't wait too long here with your shroom. Shroom. It's way too late. You lose a lot of time by doing that. I used to shroom and then do like a pre-jump, I think. But now I do it the other way. So yeah, shroom before you cross this little polygon seam there. Have to shroom early. And then try, as you go over the last polygon seam, this one, try to turn a bit as you go over it, so you end up a lot higher up on the rock. And not as far here down. If you don't turn, you counter steer all the way, you fly off to the right. And then you end up in the desert sand. So now, the advice for the flap here is to do a late, around here, a late left-facing MT, which brings you towards this sign, the left sign of the track crossing. Do not go all the way here, because it slows you down before you shroom. That was the interesting, entertaining part I laughed a bit about. It was just so surprising. So do it way earlier. This is too late. So you finish around here already and go. You can go through this sign, by the way. It will not block you. Yervekned. You can go through here without being deflected or something. You can just go through it. So to slide all the way here is slow. And as you go through the sign and towards the sand, here's where you start to shroom. As soon as you reach this part, you can hop and shroom. So you are not in a slide. This is even impressive to make it around the fence. And I sometimes notice that Electro didn't straighten out. Here. After the shroom, after the double shroom, when you finish your MT, actively move the control stick to the middle so that you are not tilted for so long, because that slows you down. Straightening out is very important. Okay, no SSMT on this straight is fine for beginner runs. And the general advice for any track: you finish an MT, use the glide, use the boost you get after the release. That's when you speed up. Use that and don't hop so soon into the next one. Leave a bit more time and space between that. So that is important in general. But yeah, the approach to the shroom at the end of the first shroom, that was the big difference. There's a bit here and there to improve, but the biggest difference is that. Moving on to another run from Rack, still in Kalimari Desert. It is a 3-lap. Ranked 139th. Oh yeah, we get a nice view of the CRT. That is like MJ video quality. He sometimes had his whole CRT and surroundings on screen. Okay, let's watch it. That is a small TV, I think. We get some other background noises too. So yeah, this is not as easy to see small details. I would appreciate a zoom in on the screen. Oh, nice. I didn't expect that, I forgot. KD has a lot of different shroom strats. And you don't have to do hill hops, of course. Where's the background noise? There it is again. Here's the train. Yeah, not much room. With this strat you can't go much faster. But there's only one shroom. So strat-wise, there's some room. If you do 102, you can cut a lot more time. But you have to be fast enough to beat the other trains. Okay, here it is again. Zoom in to the timer at the end. Is that what MJ did? Okay, this is a bit tougher for me to analyze. It's so far away. And it's a bit blurry. So there's a big difference to Electros. That's what I said. Shroom before this first little polygon seam. Slide and shroom. And in the end, turn, yes, but there was too much. So that's a big bonk on the rock there. Obvious, try to avoid that. It's very precise. It's a difficult and technical shroom. Ideally, if you go here and you don't hear the sand, you got the necessary height for the null tires, and then you have higher off-road speed than normally. Good recovery though. That was a bit wide. Try to go with the turn there. So in order to do that, you wait a bit longer. A little bit longer than this to start the slide. Maybe, yeah, I think Reg was afraid of running off-road and counter-steered immediately. So that was a bit wide there. And this was a bit oversteered. Okay, the transition here was looking good. Hold the slide here until you reach this spot. There's a bit of sand between the train tracks and the road. Try to not hit this off-road sand, go here and then release the MT and go off-road. Then the shroom. Okay, maybe start the last slide a bit earlier, just a bit earlier, so you finish it as soon as you hit the road. That was a wall hit. Leaving the cart too far right on the straight. And then, yeah, the no hill up strat. It's very safe. But still, there was a little mistake here. If you do the safe strat, advice for improving further and further, at some point try to do the hill ups, but it's not easy. So understandable. But yeah, this hop here has to be later. Because I think the cart hit the ground. Yeah, do it like a pre-hop over that little hill. For a smoother transition. The rest here looks solid. And yeah, again, this is a 201 strat. 102 would be the way to have more potential. I mean, after the last train. So as soon as you don't have this comfort or this pace, as soon as you don't have this pace anymore after a 2-shroomer, if you run into the train because you're too fast, you have to switch to 102. I'm not sure which train is in your way then. There was a little mistake. I'm not sure which train is problematic then. But yeah, this is the same now with a 1-shroomer, so there's no 2-shroomer. It's tough to see little details here, but I hope I caught the most of it. Sometimes there's wide lines or oversteering, and they have to correct their line to come back from that. But yeah, KD is an interesting track with this, with all the different strats there. The final train, yeah, if you're not fast enough. All right, I need some water, and there's one more KD run to go after the next break. Okie dokie. Let's go on. One last word about this strat. It's been very long, so I don't know what pace exactly you need, especially in NTSC, to switch strats. But I can imagine that experimenting with the hill ops, even if you don't do them perfectly, can give you a little edge, a little bit more pace to try 102 at some point. If currently with this strat you are not going to beat the last train on the second train crossing. But yeah, there's a gray zone in which it is tough, I guess. So the last Calimari Desert run comes from Slim, ranked 38th, and it's a PAL fast lap. (39-34). Interesting. Ooh, left facing. Alright, let me see that again. That was a strange revving up of the engine. Not the classic average start. Maybe that goes 0.01. Okay, so there are different ways, and I used to do it a different way too, to do the first shroom. What I think is best, what I think the best is, you hop here into a slide already, and then you shroom. So Slim hops, but doesn't slide, just turns, and then jumps into a slide. I think that's too much airtime and a delayed turn. So I would recommend, this is a good approach, very aggressive. I recommend to hop into a slide already, facing further left when you start shrooming here. Okay, you don't hear the sand at the end of the shroom. That indicates null ties, that's good. There, it's quiet. Already, only after this hop does it come back. Okay, and the rest looks quite solid. Yeah. But then a left-facing slide. If you go really aggressively over this section of the train tracks, even a bit further left than Slim did, but not by much, it's marginal. And then you straighten out, try to straighten out, aiming a little bit across to the right. If you do a right-facing slide, a right-facing SSMT, what I recommend. Maybe Slim doesn't like the right-facing SSMTs in general, I don't know. This left-facing method I only do if I messed up my aim on that straight. Because you can go as fast as the other way around, the other direction, but what you have to do after you finish the SSMT, you have to steer more. So there's a small disadvantage. So this is the way how you properly do what I suggested and spoke about during Electro's run. Do the double shroom. Little correction, I think he was not satisfied with his position there. You do a left-facing slide early, release the MT early, and then you go through or a little bit left of this sign. Too far left wouldn't be good. I think the ghost goes over the off-road sand. Maybe he just misses it, so that was the better position. And then you hop, can even hop a little bit later, I think. You hop off onto the sand. So I would recommend to hop even later here. And straight into, or right into the double shroom. Immediately, I mean. That looked like a good shroom. A little bit soon, yeah, too early on the road. Back on the road. Can get a few more hundreds out of it. This is nice and aggressive, I like that. Okay, this SSMT is a right-facing one. I think that's the problem. Aimed a bit too far, or let me phrase it differently. He didn't want that probably, but steered a little bit too much, oversteered a bit. Okay, and the last S-turn is not as obvious, but you can go very tight around this line of off-road sand if you want to maximize your last few turns here. So this is a bit wide. This is better, but you can still go, it depends on your previous one. If you go very close here and aggressive, you can go in a more direct way towards the next apex of the turn. Let me call it that way. So everything is a bit wide at the start. The finish is good. I also like the little correction here. Yeah, to finish as far left as possible. The finish was good, but I would say that the way he started the first shroom is different from what top players do, and that can save a lot, I think. A lot. I mean, this is already about 4/10 behind the world record. Is not too much, but it's a lap 1 flap, so you can practice the start quite a lot. And then between the two crossings, go for the right facing SSMT if your controller allows it, of course. Maybe it's worn down a bit one-sided, and do a right facing SSMT there. So only little details. It's a high ranked time. There's not too much which stands out. And that sums up Cailyn Desert. So moving on to the next track. And a familiar name, ElectroTDS again, with a fast lap on Toad's Turnpike, ranked 622nd. That's the safe strat. Oh, interesting. Lap 1, yeah. Of course. There was a bus. Usually shroom down lap 2. So SSMTs, especially here on uphill, downhill, can be very tricky in the beginning if you just started out. I feel like the controller Electro is using, yeah, the controller is way too sensitive for this game. Alright. So first advice, get an N64. No, I'm joking. If you can't, that's okay. The controller, yeah, Switch, yeah. The controller is way too sensitive, I think. So there's a lot of oversteering and problems of straightening out without tilting the card too much. I have played a few minutes on the Switch with different controllers, and yeah, that was my impression. So yeah, if you do lap 1, which is completely fine for a beginner, then still don't shroom next to the bus, I think. Let's see again. Well, okay, I give him credit for that. It is difficult to do something else on lap 1. So I'll take it back. I don't know when I did the last lap 1 runs. Must have been very long ago. So yeah, you couldn't really properly MT there, so it's okay. Yeah, a lot of little oversteering here and there. So that's tough. In general, the advice is on such a basic track as Toad's Turnpike, if you just ignore the traffic for once and just look at the turns, which are very similar, always try to start close to the fence, then swerve out a little bit while you have the white smoke during the charging motion. And then as you approach orange smoke and you toggle to the last, or yellow, and you toggle to orange, release it immediately so that you don't have to turn as much. The rhythm in this game is like you have to toggle a certain amount of, you have to wait a certain amount of frames during the white smoke, and as soon as you have yellow and then you go to orange, you can release it very quickly. And that should give you a better chance of not hitting the guardrail every time, because that's what happens all the time in this run. And avoiding the tilted card is also tricky with that controller, I guess. Okay, it's a fair use of the shroom. The traffic is really, it's difficult. But yeah, the slide is always with the same space or duration independent of the smoke color, and it should be as soon as you are ready with orange smoke, release it. But you have to know that in advance, right? And this was an attempt of an SSMT. Don't do the SSMT if it's not doable with a controller. So yeah, I think the main problem really is the equipment, and it's tricky to give advice for an oversensitive controller. As I said, just minimize your duration of the MT charge. As soon as it's ready, then go for it. And yeah, the shrooms were okay. I mean, if you do it on lap 1, you can shroom inside the bus, that's okay. Toad Sternberg is just such a basic track. As soon as you have an N64 controller, or as soon as you improve in general, then every MT will be better. The spacing should be better. The time you need for one MT to charge that, they will all come together and give you a better run. Oh, a GameCube controller. Yeah, that's also more sensitive, right? So I hope this is a little bit of advice. That was a tricky one, to be honest. Very tricky. And yeah, with this kind of controller, I think it's just too difficult on the straights to even attempt an SSMT. So most of the time loss is just oversteering into the guardrail, bonking it, and not doing any SSMTs, not doing anything on the straights. But that's not easy to fix. So the next one on Toad's Turnpike is from Pokermon, ranked 176th. And it's a 3-lap. Let's go. Flat screen. Oh, very colorful. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Ooh, that was wild. Okay. I thought there's another MT coming. All right. Not easy to look at for a long time, but I will try. This is your worst ranked track. Okay, first general thing, always max out your start boost. If you go into the slide there, I mean. Okay, maybe it's just me being a power player. It's a bit blurry, so I can't really confirm that. I just put it as a general advice. If you hold the shroom slide right until the end as long as you can and until the start boost runs out, you maximize your time gain from that. It's tough to see if you finish it a bit early, so just put it out as a general advice. So Toad's Turnpike has a lot of similar turns, as I said. So a general time loss often happens if you jump into a slide. That goes for this run for a few MTs, but in general for everyone. You hold the slide too long if your initial angle is off. And you notice that and you want to counteract and you want to improve that. So the rhythm you need here for one of these turns, this long left turn or the right turn at the end, the rhythm is key. You try to ignore the traffic as long as the left lane is free and try to always have the same pattern of jumping, sliding, and releasing the MT. That is very easy to say and very hard to do, but my advice here is not as diverse, and I don't have too much to say for some of these runs because Toad's Turnpike has such a simple track layout. So you have to put in the time and maybe get a ghost which has, if you like to race against ghosts, which has a nice first couple turns as soon as you get that, and really try to grind down your MT rhythm on this run. It's so important. So let's watch it again. Yeah, these two MTs were a bit stretched. You held them very long on the yellow smoke because the angle was not important and not perfect. Again, yeah, that was good. That was good. You are holding them on the yellow smoke for some of them, so it takes you too long to finish. Okay, as soon as you exit the turn, here, you can wait a bit and do a right-facing MT, which goes across this item location where the items are in GP. And yeah, down here, it's very precise when you have to start the MT. So it's hard to see, but generally don't start on the downhill. Wait until the road is flat again, what you did here, I think. And yeah, don't start on the polygon seam where the track goes uphill again. If you just wait for the correct spots, it will be easier for the initial angle of the SSMT. And that is very important on a high level too. Then you have to navigate through the traffic here. Yeah, you know that already. I think I don't have to say it. This one has to be done in a very fast way, and you waited a little bit too long, so you had to do this correction hop, but you managed to save the run, so that's good for you. Oversteered a bit, so you ran into the guardrail. The number of MTs is correct. Again, you do a little hop, That also depends on your controller condition. If your controller is a bit too worn out, then it gets tougher and tougher to do these little guardrail hit there. Okay, so that was very far to the left. I would say this one at the end of the lap. Do it a bit earlier. Or if you have trouble, you can leave it out and start one on the finish line. But this brings you too far to the left side. You have to see if you do one more MT or you rather leave it out, space them out a little bit, and then go for a transition to the next lap, which is further right on the middle and even the right lane. Okay, this is something I immediately noticed on the first watch. You start the shroom very early here. Of course, I have the traffic a bit closer to the finish, since I arrive a bit earlier, but this is very early. You're done with the shroom and you still have to dodge the bus. I guess with more pace, with a faster first lap, we will get easier and easier. But yeah, I would wait a bit longer with the shroom, but not much. The traffic is just in a bad spot for you. Just a little bit. And you of course try to not hit the guardrail. And then it's again about the MT rhythm. Again, some of the MTs, you hold them a bit longer than necessary because the line is not optimal and you want to avoid the crash, of course, hitting the guardrail. But this adds up over the entire run. Here I would recommend to stay on the left side of the truck. And then here use the item location again to do the MT. The faster you go, the further the further back here the truck will be, and then it's even better to go left side of it. At some point you don't have any chance to pass on the right anymore without slowing down and going too wide. So left side of the truck. And then again, yeah, massive oversteering. Again, practice to wait until you're all the way down. This was still okay here. But then there you must have hit a bad spot or you oversteered. Bad spot on the surface. Okay. Solid. Maybe a little bit late with the last MT, so. Okay, yeah, here you had trouble straightening out. This one here. The cards stay tilted. Straightening out is very important, especially there, since there is a little, very short straight here between the two right turns. So stay right, stay closer to the guardrail. It's a bit wide. And this one finishes a bit late, so you are again far away from the guardrail. Again, a little guardrail touch. Always wait until the end of the shroom. I think here you release the MT and your shroom is still running. So hold the slide a bit longer so you release the MT after the shroom ran out. Okay, final lap. Again, holding the slide. But it's all very, very understandable. It's a high pressure situation, and if the angle is a bit off, you have to do it. This was dangerous, so I recommend after that turn. Let's watch it again. Here, to wait a bit longer, wait a little bit, and then do the right facing MT. Similar to lap 2. Once you change it on lap 2, you can change it on lap 3 as well. And then if you are aiming further right after this right-facing SMT, which makes it easier to cross the road, you aim further right and then you do a left-facing, so mirror to what you did. And then you don't run into the truck or you're not in danger of doing it. And this is all about SSMT speed, this straight SSMT speed and having the right spots to start them. Okay, the shroom can be done a bit early, I think. Shroom. Yeah, it's not much. You're just a bit wide on the finish. Now the traffic, just navigating the traffic is the challenge. It's not easy. I was hoping for another MT in the end. You didn't do another MT. Now start, hop, finish. But yeah, it's a bit close to the finish line. So you didn't lose much. And it was scary traffic, so understandable. Yeah, Toad's Turnpike is one of these basic layout, track layouts which really test your rhythm and MT speed. It's one of the tracks I always came back to see if a controller, a joystick was working, and maybe together with Luigi Raceway and Rainbow Road. It's just as soon as you improve overall, you can come back and then you will get a better time. Also, if you play a lot and you improve at your anticipation, where will the card end up? That's also very important. After a slide, then you maneuver the traffic better. Take it home, yeah. Yeah, it is on all levels important that you are confident in your movements and you know where you will end up, and your controller's working, of course, that you trust that. That is not easy, but it's important there. All right, we have a lot of Toad's Turnpike runs. So I will continue with Spheal's 3-lap, which is ranked 160th. Very similar. Maybe it doesn't have audio, I don't know. And it's a pile run. Yeah, speaking about MT rhythm here. A wide MT, oh wow, a wide MT followed by a tight one into the guardrail. Wow, what is this strat? Crazy. Yeah, I saw that already. Twice in a row, a wide MT and then trying to do the next one better and hitting the guardrail, then going wide again and then the next one hitting the guardrail again. It is a very reoccurring scenario. But yeah, that path right of the truck, that was crazy. I wonder what controller Seal used for this one. No shroom so far. Interesting. Left of the truck. Ah, Ah, it's a flap attempt. Possibly a PI, yeah. 030. But it was labeled as Toad's Turnpike 3 laps, so I guess I should re-watch everything and review the 3 lap. Or both. Oh, only a cartridge best. Okay, okay. What controller did you use, Seal? Yay, that's what I wanted. Final MT. All right. It's a terrible controller, yeah. I was asking because I see that it's not in good condition if it's an N64 one. Yeah. Okay, so a lot of advice is similar to the one I just gave. I mean, the driving style is not the same, exactly the same as Pokemon's, but again, use all of the start boost. The shroom is still going, but the MT has been released already. So hold it a bit longer. And then you go wide. That was good. That was solid. You go a bit wide. Super wide. Too close, bonk. That was okay. You go too wide. Close, bonk. So you're constantly trying to adjust. And wow, what is this strat, Seal? This is crazy, man. Don't do that. I guess it was on the fly and not initially your plan, right? But yeah, this is a very bad spot to start a slide. Do that earlier, before the down slope here, before the downhill section starts. You have to do it earlier. And I also recommend the right facing MT here instead of left facing. If you do the previous one a bit later, you don't even have to do one on the downhill. The upper one is good. And then again, it's the same problem. It's mostly a controller problem. You're getting bad angles, you oversteer, and then you run into the guardrail. Yeah, it's mainly oversteering. It will improve a lot when you get a proper controller. Okay, you passed the car on the left here. If you don't run too far left, if you are not oversteering on the previous MT, I would recommend to go right of that car. But on this pace, it still works out. If you go a bit faster, then you have to pass it on the right. And then I would say shroom and try to go inside the bus. You do it without a shroom. Whatever is more comfortable for you. You shroom here then. But yeah, more advanced would be to try and shroom inside it. And now go left of the truck. Oh, you do, sorry. Well done. But again, the next slide is on the downhill. Start it a bit earlier. It's very tough, tricky to do it on the downhill part. For that controller condition, you did a good job on that straight. Okay, you run wide next to the little straight here. So it would be better. Let's see. Shroom. would be better to glide and just do a little turn. A little turn to the right and then glide. If you do the shroom just a bit later, then it will be more obvious and easier to do. But this way you are going super wide there. Okay, solid shroom and good line correction there. Final lap, a bit oversteering. More oversteering. And again, a lot of the problem is to get a good MT rhythm going through the turns. That adds up on Toad's Turnpike. It's a long track. So yeah, there were a couple of good MTs. That's too wide. But here, this was a good section. A bit wide on that one. Okay, I would say wait a bit longer. After you finish the turn, wait a bit longer with this one. Don't do that too early, and then you hit the guardrail on the turn. During a turn motion. A bit of cart tilting there, which also slows you down. You always start a slide on this very short straight. Here. That's a little straight between the two turns, and you shouldn't start a slide there. Just drive along the guardrail and wait a bit longer with the next one. So now the traffic in the end, always difficult. Yeah, oversteered. What I like is that you go for another MT here. What Pokermon didn't do. If you do it a bit earlier, it will be even more beneficial. Alright, it's time for a bit of water. I'll be back very soon with the final Toad's Turnpike run. You guys love to send me runs of Toad's Turnpike. Okay, the last one on Toad's Turnpike comes from Rack, ranked 130th. It's a fast lap. Sorry? Japanese. Oh yeah, I think the traffic timing is just different on that level. Ooh. All right. Was hard to catch the start. It's very cut very shortly before that. So the start should be further right. No, sorry, not further right. The MT release should be earlier. This is the starting position. That's okay. But the MT release should be a bit earlier than that. And it's perfectly fine to be on this lane. I was shortly thinking about 3 laps. So this lane is fine. But if you release it that late, you're still in this straightening out motion. And sometimes your glide is not up there from the start. It takes a few frames. So release it a bit earlier and then start the lap. Okay, I would still recommend to go right of the car if it is further up. If it's closer to where Toad is right here. But the question is, can Rack get a faster 0 shroom on lap 1? What was the time as NTSC? I don't know what is that in PAL. It's a 101.60. If you can get faster 1 shroomers, go right of the car. If not, yeah, then you have to go left. But the entire traffic is a bit awkward. And then the shroom, yeah, I guess you can't do it better then, except not hitting the guardrail. If you get a faster opener, you can shroom a bit later. And your shroom still carries you next to the bus, but the bus is super late here. So just try to not hit the guardrail, but it's a bad spot. And then it's about MT rhythm again. This is a bad one. Held it for too long. And long again. And long again. It's all about the perfect position to not have to hesitate and wait. Right facing is right here. Okay. This is scary. Just stay away from that bus. If you stay a bit further right, you can start the next one earlier. So Rack had to wait very long with this MT. That was cutting it super close. And the next one here is also a bit late then. Good is that Rack doesn't do another slide here. Instead, gliding along this short straight. So that was okay. Bit late on this MT here at the end of the turn. Yeah, that's a bit too late. Has to be quick, so the next one finishes earlier. Solid correction at the end of the lap. Maybe the shroom was a bit early, but just a bit. Let's see again. Yeah, that is a little bit too early. Should shroom just a bit later. And then this little motion in the end will be not too far away from the guardrail. We'll be closer to it, closer to the finish line as well. So just the later shroom. But yeah, I see that a mid 101, or what was it here? What was the opener? A 51. That is problematic for the traffic. So honestly, I don't remember what I did when I had this pace on lap 1. If I did the same strat going through the cars. It is difficult to say after so many years. I tried my best, but it's not easy for me to analyze a run which has such a different traffic pattern to what I'm used to. But again, for all the Toads Turnpike runs, none of these runs were in the top 100. The MT rhythm around the turns is very important. It adds up a lot. Okay, moving on. Finally, no, not finally to a different track. There's one more Toads Turnpike which doesn't have a thumbnail looking like Toads Turnpike. It's Darius, ranked 114th. It's another Toads Turnpike run. I'm not done there yet. Let's go. From the World Cup of Kart. Oh, you hear the controller. Alright, Darius, you know what to do there. Don't do that. Ooh. Oh, interesting. That was slow down. You can hear the struggle. That's a happy Darius right there. All right. That was a bit late. Should be earlier, so at the end of the turn, here, you're already finished with it. So everything was a bit late. Obvious mistakes, I mean, I don't have to point that out. I would still recommend everyone to do a right-facing MT here, because if you run a bit wider than you want, you still have the item box location, and if you oversteer doing the opposite, you run into this guardrail at the end of the item box location. Okay, I think I don't even do that on the downhill part, but if you do the MT so early, you can do another one on the downhill part, and you did it nicely there. That was a good one. Yeah, a lot of correction movements, delaying the MTs a bit. So the one which comes now should be done earlier. So you finish it closely after the bus, because there's a turn already. This is a bit wide. He's adjusting now, and there was a better turn. That was wide. That's the problem or difficulty of Toad's Turnpike. You're switching between SSMTs and MTs. So these were two aggressive SSMTs, which he did nicely. And now you're turned into the turn again, so you have to go with the turn. Which means don't countersteer as aggressively anymore. Just let it go with the turn. So this one needs to be done more gently, so to speak. But he goes aggressively again after the SSMTs and goes wide because of that. And now he adjusts again and does a better MT. I had to correct. Stay further right there. Goes right off the car, do you see? I think it depends on the level. If you approach the top 100, you are fast enough here to pass the car on the right side and then start the turn. So it depends on your pace. And this is a scary place if you hit the guardrail. He hit the guardrail, you can see that on the stars here. So of course a mistake, but it was so late and he managed to not hit the bus, but that was a big time loss. And then it's the same story again, get a good rhythm going here to have a nice line around the turn with the MTs. Goes left of the truck and then right of the car. And interesting again, does this MT on the downhill part, which is not necessary. If you do this one and you straighten out, you can go down without an MT. But he gets it, so it didn't lose him, I guess. If you space them out, you don't have to do that on the downhill part. And it's a tricky one too. Nice shroom, and then gliding along this short straight here, that is very good. Good use of that track layout. Then he held the MT a bit long and hit the guardrail. And that was a bit far left. Good shroom. Now I would have liked to see a hop already into a left-facing MT. It was a bit late, so the pause was a bit long. The gap between the MTs. Held it too long there. But you always want to adjust, of course, if something is a bit off. Early. Now he doesn't do it on the downhill part. You saw that? I think Darius tends to do an early MT when he's at the end of this turn, approaching the downhill part. And then he, on lap 1 and 2, he did another one on the downhill, which was very tricky to execute. Now he left it out. So you don't have to do it. That was good. Look clean. Little wiggle to set up the angle. This is the short straight. I would have liked to see the previous MT being done a bit later. And then no MT here. Just use the short straight again. Wait a little bit. At the end of the straight, do an MT. But yeah, the stressful part comes up here. So just navigating is good. Nice and close there. Guardrail hit. And the happy Darius shout. Okay. I hope I could give some pointers there. It is quite challenging, I have to say, to see the differences. Apart from, okay, yeah, you need to have a good rhythm. That's just so important here on Toad's Turnpike for everyone. But you saw that he passed a few cars on a different side than people a bit further back on the rankings. So there's definitely what I saw there. Finally, moving on to Fraps Snowland. We start with a run from ElectroTDS again, ranked 527th, 37th. It's a flap. Oh yeah, that turn is one of the worst shroom spots. Alright, so there's a lot to do here because it's a complicated fast lap. First, the setup position. Okay, I would recommend to come to a full stop facing these three trees. He's facing further right, then turning and just going for it. Or they, I should say. Come to a full stop, face these three trees. That's about the right aim. Then triple tap and then hop into a right facing slide and shroom. He shrooms and then tries to turn and hop. But you should hop, you should triple tap A, you get a bit speed. And then you have to just practice this lap because you are standing far away from the visible finish line. You go over the extended finish line. Hop into a slide, then shroom and counter steer so you don't oversteer, you don't turn too much. There's a lot of stuff going on at the same time. But that should be the order of process. So Electro does counter steer at some point. But this is already the release of the slide, but you should hold it until you reach the road. So it's not easy as a beginner. This is a lot of stuff to do. But hold that slide until you reach the road, and then you try to finish the MT. Ideally, because you hopped into a slide, and then you counter steered. Ideally, you get yellow smoke as you enter the road again. If you don't, if you miss the MT, it's still better, I would say, than finishing everything way too early. So the slide finishes down here, and then you run out of your shroom because you want to have the shroom slide until the end. Then comes this slide. Then comes this shroom, which is very tricky. You ideally want to go, this is the old strat, I'm not talking about the new strat. You ideally want to go over this hill, and it is advanced, so I'll only mention it very shortly. You can jump off and go over an out of bounds area, but you can even cut a bit if you stay on the snow. Are you serious? I mean, it takes me a long time for these runs to analyze them. So if you are serious, I will skip it. So yeah, he doesn't get, or they doesn't get anything from it. Stays on the road. And of course, this is all too late. You have to do earlier drifts. Holding all the slides way too long. Also this one, everything has to be done earlier to finish here around this position, finish it, and then pass between this snowman and this snowman. It's not the biggest deal if you run very wide to go through here, but the angle for the next room will be a bit awkward. So ideally you want to pass between these two, or rather these two, because this is further ahead. Between these two snowmen, pass through here. Looks like a tiny gap, but from this angle it's much better. You figured it out yourself? Nice. Thank you for the support. Shroom. Should be earlier, you should be here for the shroom. So it's a different angle. And what I do in the one try is, if you stay a bit lower here, you can hop off. In the end, you press the R button. You can hop and then clear the mountain. And try to straighten out. I hope my voice is not dying today. Try to straighten out as soon as you approach the end of the hill there. This is still a turning motion, so will leave you too far left. And then if you straightened out perfectly, you would go through here, but you don't have to. You can go around the snowman. It's fine. It's only a small time loss. But yeah, there's a lot of different strats which have to be done here, which need to be applied. Canyon. Release the MT here and then hop around. Hop, hop, hop. A few more hops there. But the canyon part was okay. It's a lot about the setup of the first shroom, the second shroom being more, being riskier, more over the hill, and especially the setup on the snowfield being further right in this run than it should be. So that's, the canyon part can be left out. It doesn't have to be improved immediately. All these shrooms must be done differently, so that is a big part of the run where Electro can cut a lot of time. So very basic things. It is complicated at parts, but basic things to work on to improve this flap. All right, the next one on Sherbet, on Frap Snowland, we're still on the snow track, is from Pokermon. It's a 3-lap ranked 123rd. Oh my god, no, I have to analyze this. Well done, you did it. I didn't expect that. I guess it's a 1 out of 3. Why is this only ranked outside the top 100? Too many people grinded the new shortcut? Non-shortcut, sorry. Okay. What are the splits? So lap 1 was half a second, 0.4 faster. Alright, the start. For those who have never seen them, this is the polygon seam you can barely see, where you have to drive up for the safe strat. The safest or the most consistent way of doing this jump. And then just right of it, at the end you can jump off and clear the out of bounds section. So yeah, that doesn't need improvement. Well done on that. Now the run starts. Bit too far right, stay further left. On that MT release there was a bit of tilting. Yeah, straighten out more, that would be perfect. Went over the snow a couple of times. This shroomless turn is tricky. You have to release the MT and then hop a lot. Needs a bit more hops, a few more hops. That oversteered and went too far right, have to stay further left. And now what I saw during Electro's run and also during Pokemon's here, after you release the MT here in the canyon, do more hops around the turn. Keep hopping here. Hop a few times. Do not slide for as long as you did. Hop, 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 hop. More hops for a sharper turn. And this way you also keep more speed. And then you can also do a glide here, release earlier, release the MT earlier to glide around here already. Then over the bridge, onto the bridge, and as soon as you're in the middle of it, you can do another MT. Be careful, don't hop here where the bridge connects to the snow. You can fall through. There's a bad polygon or bad connection. I blame Nintendo and the developers. But you can do an extra MT there. It is possible, but it's tricky to do 2 MTs on that turn. First, finish. Yeah, I guess it's easier to do 1. Went onto the snow. Also hop, similar to the canyon turn. Hop around this turn here. Keep hopping. There's only 1 little hop and then even going onto the snow. So that was slow. This is better than lap 1. Stayed on the left. Now the old shroom. Stay further left. There was a little cart tilt. Here, this is too far right. And this correction is slow because of the tilt. Didn't straighten out. The shroom looks fine. But I think catches the back, with the back of the cart catches some snow. So it was a bit far to the right. Bit further left would be optimal. It's close to out of bounds, so dangerous. You can jump off for a bit more height. Yeah, this definitely caught the hill, so it was a bit slow. And then don't touch the snow here, of course. That would be ideal. And don't touch it here, definitely. That slows you down. There was a wall bonk, but with the MT release. Again, like I said on lap 1, hop more. Release sooner, do an extra MT on the straight. Try to get it. Leave it out if it's too much. But it is one you can do there. Hop, hop, hop around, it's the same. Same things. Straighten out better, don't tilt your cart as much. This is a bit better than lap 2. Okay, everything was a bit further right than optimally. So you could be a bit further left here. Everything could be further left, then you would be further up. And have more height is enough, but you run into the snow. When that happens, jump. Yeah. So that was a decent recovery. And again, hop, 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 hop. Do more hops around that turn. And then it's fine to just go into the finish, yeah, without the extra MT because it's the last lap. And done. And I need some hydration, otherwise I will not be able to finish the stream talking that much. So there's a short break. Okay, moving on to the next track. Sorry, the next video of the same track. It is Enters Fraps Noland Fast Lap. Want to see that start position again. Nice. Ha! Oh no. Oh! Some card dance. All right. First, the start position. The third tree of these 3 trees of the row is hidden. That was what I checked in the beginning. So that's a good position, but you should jump. Yeah, it's maybe right about the finish line. Should jump a bit earlier. I think it's just in time. So I'll just give it a pass. It was very late, but it worked out, I think. To be on the safe side, you can jump a bit earlier into the slide. Just make sure you don't shroom way too early. Okay, and then short turn and counter steering, so you get yellow smoke. And then you can release it here. That is a good start, I would say. Look decent. That little setup ghost there, indicator, that's nice. Also an aggressive way to approach the new cut here. Yeah, that was nice. Show you the polygon seam again. It goes here. This is where it connects. Yeah, there's a good line to see, invisible line. He crosses that onto the right, which is a bit higher, and then jumps off. So that is a bit high, but it's a good one. Definitely not bad. The follow-up though has to be done very early. And if you land earlier, if you get a lower jump, you don't jump as far, then it's easier to perform, but it was still possible to have a quick right-facing toggle here. But he was aiming too far for too long, so he ended up in the snow, and that is of course a time loss. This also could be further left. It's too far right. So now he's aiming towards the snowman. Almost panicking maybe. It's an easy fix if you aim a bit further right. You don't have to do it. If this happens, then don't wait as long. Oh, I think he corrected, and then he went straight back at it. So the straightening out part went wrong, but just went around it. But now he's too far right. This has to be done further left. Yeah, he's too far right on the entire shroom. So everything has to be further left. This is too far right. Little hop is okay. This was a big time loss, unfortunately. Should be done with the MT by now. Should be already doing the next one. So everything was a bit too late and too far right. Hop, 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 hop. Everyone's doing too little hops here. Not enough hops. Keep hopping around here. My advice. Hop, 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 hop. To be sharp. Have a sharp turn. Here the MT release could be around here. Was a bit wide in the end. And that is the lap. So yeah, a few obvious time losses which can be easily fixed. I mean, it's not easy to put everything together in one lap, but he has done a good job on some of the hard parts, as the start position and the first shroom that looked good. And then also the new cut was okay. Just running into the snow a bit too much. But yeah, the third shroom maybe was because of this rescue motion not to run into the snowman. But everything afterwards was a bit far right. And after the landing, he was going over the snow on the left. So everything after that was delayed and cost him quite a lot, I think. Last one on Freb Snowland is from Spheal, respectively Spheal, depending on which platform. It is another flap. All right, retry. Huge mistake at the end. Oh, I have to skip. Should cut that out. Okay, here we go. Oh, you go straight at it. Take your time here. Yeah, this start position is too close to the road. You should go further right and then face a bit further left. I don't see these trees at all behind the big one. Not too bad, but you don't have the ideal position. Everyone's doing this new fancy cut. And I forgot to mention, this is ranked 51st. Entis was ranked 69th. So really high ranked times. Thanks to the new cut. Alright, let's watch it again. Here we go. Again, as I said, further right. Come to a full stop a bit further right. And then aim a little bit further left. That angle allows you to start the slide when you approach the shroom and the finish line and not run out of bounds. See, you're already in the lap. That is a time loss, which is hard to see. This is already the lap. You triggered it, but I don't see a shroom yet. So shroom a bit earlier. Try to work on your start position. It was not too bad. You didn't lose much. You just shroomed when you were in the lap, when you had crossed the finish line. And then try to steer. That is better and easier with a different angle. Try to steer a bit, toggle the joystick once, so you have yellow smoke here. I actually got yellow smoke, but a bit late, so you ran a bit further right than optimally. If you have that earlier and you counter steer earlier, you can finish on the left side. And then again, I have to say, aggressive, well done on this cut here. I explained it a few times, so I'll just go further. Your jump was a bit lower than Enter's, so you had a better line and more time for the next MT here. You can still go a bit further left on this straight. Also had to correct your line. Everyone's going a bit further right than they should. Maybe if you didn't correct your line, you would have been further left. But yeah, I would like to be here when I start my shroom. So there's a bit further right than optimally, and you stay a bit low here. It's a complex motion. You have this hill with different shapes and you have to go up and charge your MT. So it's not easy and you risk running out of bounds. But everything was a bit further right than optimally done. So you ended up right on this snow here. Just a little bit, I think. Let me see again. Yeah, maybe just, you almost dodged it, so that was well done. Okay, then after this MT here, that is easy to do. After this MT, which you should release a bit earlier, don't start the next one immediately. Just go a bit straight into the canyon, glide a little bit. Get the best out of your boost. Then I think you bonked the canyon, but you got the MT. This is super wide. Hop, 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 hop. Everyone's not doing hops here. No one is doing them, I should say. So that is obviously very wide. And I think you kept white smoke despite toggling, so you had to toggle more and more. Of course, that cost you a lot. And then the last turn, you can also go a bit tighter and release it right about here. Yeah, just a little earlier, a little bit earlier. So you don't run wide. But yeah, it's a very good rank thanks to the new strat. And it was indeed an aggressive second shroom. So yeah, MF said I don't have to analyze his run. It is ranked 16th. It's a 20035. So I'll just see what he does. AB spin start. Nice cut. That was too wide. Can do further left. But hey, he said he figured it out, so I'll keep my mouth shut. Just appreciate his performance. What's your new PR, Maxian? Is it a 3 out of 3? Ooh, that was so good. I like that one. So people with Fraps Snowland runs, I just analyzed, take notes. Yeah, this is 2 out of 3. $159.69, nice. First sub 2. Ooh, that was scarily close. Just avoided that snowman. The extra MT. And the flashing numbers. Alright, nice one. But he said I don't have to analyze it anymore. So we'll move on to Ashley's Choco Mountain, ranked 71st. 3 lap. No shroom, oh interesting. Ooh, missed empty. Oh wow. Some climbing activity. But the Choco Mountain does allow that. So where's the last room now? Here? No. Then it's after the guardrail. The rail turn. Okay, that's a guard time. So there's another option now to use the shroom here. That's what I'm doing. But she wants to stay with that shroom strat, I guess. That's what I'm just assuming now. So I'll just give pointers to the strat she's using. This turn can need a few more hops. So you turn sharp and you keep your speed. You keep more of it. Hop, hop, hop. A few more hops. Nice SSMT release by hitting the wall. That's okay in the tunnel. Take that. But the tunnel exit can be done more aggressively. Further left. All the way left here. This is a mountain shape which does not push you right into the road again. So you can go, as on many spots here in Trickle Mountain, you can go little bit onto it with the tires. So more aggression can be, or let's say more ambition can be used here. That's good looking here. There was a little time loss, but again, Trickle Mountain allows you to continue even if you have this kind of climbing going on. Okay, this is a different strat. There's a more advanced strat where you start a left-facing slide here, and you counter steer and hold it, going over the hill, and finish it after you land. 1, 2, only 3 MTs. The proper pro strat, I call it, right now would be to do 4 MTs here if you can fit in another one. But you have to be quick. And I think the slide over the hill allows for a sooner second MT than this strat. Can do one more. Then keep hopping. And the transition from the left to the right turn here can be done by continuous hops, so you preserve your speed. This is too wide to be closer, and that was an MT miss. So 2 flaws in the first lap. 3, because she doesn't steer enough here, she doesn't turn enough. Should steer right until the end and release the MT there, yeah. But she's very far off here. Going all the way left. So that's a time loss. Also, I personally don't do such an early hop. I release the MT here, and then I just steer a bit right. She does a very early hop, which probably kills a bit of that MT speed. So the hop should be a bit later, and then after the first initial one, keep hopping all the way. Again, could be further left at the end of the at the end of the tunnel. That is Choco Mountain again. Many walls would give you one big bonk, but not Choco Mountain. Obviously, she lost time there. Again, after the MT release, keep hopping. Here, after that release, hop, hop, hop. There's a bit of a gap where she just slide around. This is better, yeah, nice clean hills. There's also a new strat which you can do on the hills. As soon as you leave the first hill, triple tap A. In case you bonk the next one, you won't lose as much. So if you triple tap, you always reduce the time loss, which is really helpful. But if you get the clean hills, you can also do something. You go down after the second hill with a nice smooth transition. And then as you approach the last one, you can jump. You do a pre-hop. And that would give you less airtime and you land sooner, and it would be faster too. So that is something you can do when you get clean hills. I would recommend always to triple tap A just in case you get bad ones, because it doesn't harm your run if you get the clean ones. Again, 2 little hops, not enough. Just a few there. That S-turn looks good. Bit wide here. And then again, 3 MTs instead of 4, which would be possible there. There was a better MT rhythm, hop rhythm, sorry. And then she did a shroom. Yeah, that was looking good. Bit wide here though. This is a bit wide and this is still too wide. Didn't correct and go further. But clean hills in the end. Very clean finish. All right. How risky is that last hop? What do you mean? The one on the hills, the pre-hop. If you are too early with it, yeah, if you hit that pre-hop too early, you bump onto the hill, and that would be bad. I tended to do it too late when I tried it out, because everything is coming very fast at you there. So if you are too late, it will not harm your run, I think. So rather try to be on the late side if you do it. Okay, next one, we have another one on Choco Mountain, is from Australia, from Dossey. Ranked 30th in the world. Oh wow, sorry, that was a loud sniff. Didn't see that coming. Let me see that again. That was a bonk. That's rare on Choco Mountain to get such a wall bonk. Doesn't do the slide. Smelling your PO, yeah. Oh, he shrooms here. No one likes my shroom spawn. Aha, we get a pre-op. Ooh. Pre-jump, yeah. That's an alternative strat if you don't slide over it. No. And he gave me a warning to stop the run after this, to keep it family friendly. All right. Let's watch it again. Okay, difference to Ashley's run. Yeah, that's the heart rate on the bottom here. So what Ashley can also learn from this run, what I pointed out, is you finish the MT here and you just steer, you don't hop. Steer a bit and then keep hopping. That's what Dossey does better. Also more aggressive, what I said about this area here, further left. Then he bonked the hill there. That was a time loss. Just had to hold it for a bit longer. So that, now what's happening now is that he does a pre-hop, I think, and I would recommend to still do the slide over the hill, but the pre-hop would be the second best option. Oh, he did it too late, yeah. He does it better on later laps. So this was bad. 1, 2, 3, and a bit wide. So 4 MTs would be the optimal way, but you have to be fast. If you get a nice pre-hop, you should have enough space to do it. But he messed up a little bit, so that was very difficult to implement, and I think he doesn't go for it anyway. So there would be one little strat change which is possible. And this turn is unfortunately a bit wide. The finish is better though. And then the shroom spot, which I don't use. Okay, that was super late. That is very aggressive. I would do it a bit earlier. Jump into the slide a bit earlier there and try to finish it a bit earlier too. But he gets the good hills and does a pre-hop, so that was really good. Nice little correction. Around the turn, yeah. Can still use a few more hops. Hop, 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 hop. But it's it's definitely the better way to approach that turn. That bonk, of course, costs him a bit. Nice aggressive on the tunnel exit again. That was a nice pre-hop, so if you do it that way, you should have enough space for the new MT strat here, which is 4 MTs. 1, yeah, he spaces them out more. He only does 3. And what, especially on his level, approaching the top 30, 20 and stuff, you should be hopping all the time. Keep up the hopping when you transition from left to right. Don't leave a gap, just keep hopping. That was a bit of time loss, just a little bit there. Okay, he gets the good hilts again and a pre-hop, I think. Did he do a pre-hop? No, I think he didn't. No, I think he didn't. I have to see lap 1 again. Sorry. Did he do a pre-hop on lap 1? Or did I just assume he did? Come on, give me lap 1. Oh no, it was just the poom. I think you have to see a boing. I have to ask Dossey. It's actually very hard to see now that I focus on it. He got nice clean hills, but I'm not 100% sure if he did a pre-hop. I'm not sure if you get a boing or not. Anyway, let's move on to lap 3. Good line. Could have been more aggressive there. He did a better job on lap 1 and 2 on the tunnel exit here. There's a bit space, leaves a bit space. Also on the uphill, you can be more aggressive on that turn, and it is very rewarding if you're close here. Yeah, of course the heart rate's going up, that's natural. Nice pre-hop. Oh yeah, if he does a pre-hop here, does he get a boing? Yeah, so he didn't do the pre-hop on the finish straight. I just thought it looked like he did. That's wide. He always starts a bit wide on this turn. Here. The Ghost does it better. And finishes tighter. That's a better finish. So, oh yeah. This turn he also doesn't like, I think. Can be more aggressive at the start of the rail turn, which is risky because it's not a mountain, which allows some room for going onto it. Let me put it that way. There's nothing on the rail you can do. So this is too early, of course. But the mountain was nice to him. But then bad hills. So yeah, we've all been there on Choco Mountain. I think you get a lap 3 bad hills finish. Obviously, that's a disappointing finish for a nice run otherwise. And now it's time for a bit of water for me, and then we move on to the next track. All right, moving on to Mario Raceway. More than half of the video is done already, but you send me a lot of Flower Cup and Mushroom Cup runs. So the next one is also ranked 30th, but this time it's Slim on Mario Raceway 3-lap. Very consistent splits. Okay, so I've recently played Mario Raceway. My senses should be sharpened. Let's dive into it. Very early MT release. The shroom is still going. That's what I noticed already. hold the MT until the shroom runs out. So you can be a bit further left on the road, it's okay. As soon as you see the finish, the start boost running out, as soon as that is finished, then you should release the MT. And then you should start hopping. So it's not an easy start. You just want to be here when the shroom runs out. The start boost, sorry, it's the same as a shroom. And then you start hopping onto the grass again. Hopping very sharply around here, yeah. Okay, and don't hit the grass mountain here, the grass hill, the green hill on the left, but that is easier said than done. It's not easy to do. So what you can do on this straight here, when you hopefully finished that MT very fast early and still be on the left side, what you can do here is an extra MT, which Slim does not do. It's very advanced. You have to be quick. But you can do an extra MT, which finishes around here then. And then you hop into the next one. So this is the normal strat again to get that one. So what I do now is I go a bit further right than Slim. Further right. And I don't hop into the slide until I reach the edge of the road. It is risky, but when you jump from almost the edge of the road onto the grass, so you don't land on the road, you land on the grass, there's a steep downhill, which makes it hard to charge and toggle, but if you do it correctly, it gives you a much faster line off-road onto the grass or across the grass. It gives you a shorter time of sliding and charging the MT. You have to be fast. When do I recommend to get the extra MT? You can try to do it as a top 20 player. You have to be quick, but if you play PAL, you have a higher chance of getting it. So yeah, try it out. I was already a top 10 player, top 5, maybe even top 2 when that came up. So I never tried it as a top 20 player. Yeah, just try to do it. See if you can get it. Play against a ghost. That is my big recommendation. Play against a ghost and see if your extra MT is helping you or if it's just the same speed but you are not consistent, then maybe don't do it. If you're losing time because you go too wide, you're too slow doing it with all these quick toggling, then just leave it out. But yeah, just experiment. And definitely be quick after you finish that to do the next hop, so you don't end up being late on this. So yeah, try Slim, try to do this later and a bit further right, so you don't slide too long on the road. And that should give you a better mushroom cut. The idea is, of course, to still hop across the section where the plant is. So this plant has very low hit detection. You can go further right and through it, bounce off the mushroom. And then keep hopping. The ghost does it a bit better. See the ghost? Has a little bit of a better line there. And try to stay very far right on the S here. Even a bit further right. When you release this MT, hold right a bit. The further you go here, the sharper you have to turn. But if you release it quite early and do an aggressive approach on that wall, don't fully steer to the right, just a bit. On the first, like half a second especially. And then at some point you do a full right turn. And then hop, hop, hop. And what I also did in the past, what I did wrong is, as soon as you switch from a right turn to a left turn, keep hopping. Always keep hopping, don't wait, don't have a little gap between all the hops. So keep up the rhythm, but move the control stick from right to left. And then that was a nice shroom. Okay, then here, do that hop into the slide late. A bit later than Slim did. And yeah, try to go along this shadow line here. That is good. But what I noticed he does on every lap, he waits until he reaches the top and then he jumps. So he has very long air time, and that is slow on this turn. The last turn is weird. It is not easy to understand. You can hop too early. So like a pre-hop thing does not work here on the grass. But you can also jump too late, and that is what happens here every lap. And of course try to release the MT as soon as you can to stay on the right. And repeat that 3 times. Extra MT here. Later into that slide here. And it's also a bit wide. He goes a bit wide on the approach. You have to be closer to that wall and more aggressive. He stayed on white smoke there. That's definitely what cost a bit of time. I had to toggle again. Did that way better on lap 1. He also did that better on lap 1. He's further left here, but again jumps from the top of the hill. So that is a bit too late. Try to jump earlier. This was not as clean as the previous laps. Here you can straighten out a little bit. He's still tilting, going too far right, and then he has to counteract that. So he did that better on the previous laps. And again, that slide is a bit wide and too long. He holds the slide for too long. And this was sliding onto the grass. So you should release the MT on the road. He was sliding onto the grass. Not on purpose, of course. That is a better line again. Lap 1 and 3 were better than lap 2. But yeah, into the tunnel, you have to be aiming a bit to the right. He didn't want to correct this line there, I guess, because of the big pressure situation. Finish was a bit far right. That's a good line, but this jump gets too close to the wall, so he spends too long onto the grass, on the grass. But yeah, Mario Raceway is a complicated track, very technical. A lot of things happening in a short amount of time. Next one is we have another Mario Raceway run from Aria, ranked 29th, an NTSC fast lap. What was that? Okay, here we go. Even with input display. No extra MT, but that is tough on NTSC. Ooh, what's that brightness? Okay, that looks like a really good lap. But there's still something to do. Alright, this is where you have to shroom on the flap. You don't go to the road, you stay in the middle, and then you shroom. And then you have to be super quick. As soon as you reach this apex of your shroom path, then you have to start toggling the joystick to the left. See the input display? That was maybe a frame too late. Or maybe it does only look this way on the input display. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just bad at analyzing. But yeah, as soon as you see, okay, you've made it around the wall, then you have to steer from full right to full left. Yeah, I'm not convinced that I got it right. It's just an assumption I made. So you have to, as soon as you can, steer to the left. As soon as you clear the wall, I mean, and then full left. And just try to toggle as fast as you can. This is a bit late, but it's NTSC, so very hard to do. Toggle and charge the MT. That's why you start as early as you can around the wall here. You don't have to get the MT, by the way. This was on yellow. You're still in shroom state, so you don't have to get the MT. Try to hop into a left-facing slide here as soon as you can. This is still pointing a bit right. I would have to see my own runs how early you are really pointing to the right, to the left, I'm sorry. Because you're already holding left, but your card was fully angled to the right, so it takes a bit until you see it. So this is a bit late. If you do it a bit earlier, if you're able to do that, but you need quick hands on NTSC, then you can also go for the extra MT. This is definitely something to consider when you do a fast lap, because you only have to do it once. And the rankings on this flap are quite tight. See, there's a lot of room. Let's say 2 seconds, maybe 1.5, when there's nothing going on and you can implement an extra MT. Same like Slim, don't start the slide here so far left. It is so far away from the edge of the road, it is so far away from the wall and the mushroom. It will be wide when you do that. I think NTSC even made it look like it wasn't as late, but yeah, here's the landing. So it is a bit wide and it is too early. It made it look later than on par. That is what I wanted to say. But yeah, if you want to save time on the mushroom cut, be very aggressive, go further right and start it later. And of course you have to be quick on the toggle then, because you need to charge it when you're here and jump. And then you hit the mushroom, the big mushroom. Keep hopping. This is a bit late. Yeah, too late. You have to be done with this MT, with this one about here, and with this one about here. But on NTSC, that is really pushing you to the physical limits of execution. And then this MT release was okay. Let's watch it again. Yeah, I would say that is about where you have to do it, and then you keep hopping, 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 hopping. You keep hopping when you go to the left. What is this brightness? I don't know, but you can still see it's a pretty decent line around the wall. Nice, no correction needed. And now the final shroom comes up. About here you start to slide and shroom. And keep turning a few times. Hold neutral. Is it really neutral? To see that again. Ah, interesting. Holding neutral. I think I'm not holding neutral there. I'm holding right. Here in this section. Interesting. It's a good shroom. There's not much. You can go a bit tighter on the finish. Here, you can go a bit tighter. Bit further right on the road. But yeah, during the airtime, it's not important what your controller is doing. It was just an interesting observation. So what is the current world record here? It's 1700s converted to NTSC, 1700s faster. So that is not a lot. It's already on a very good level. So extra MT, finish the MT earlier before the extra MT. Get the extra MT, be aggressive on the mushroom cut, tighter there. And then maybe just a few hundreds on the last shroom, but I was looking quite solid. it's a short lap, so there's not very much you can do. Oh yeah, if you had an input display, yeah, make sure it matches, that's true. Okay, we have one more run on Mario Raceway from Breaknrox, ranked 23rd, and it's a 3 lap. That last lap jingle. Sorry, how much faster is it than Slim's? 1300s. It's almost the same. Let's see if I spot some differences. Extra MT. There we go. Oh, didn't get the mushroom bounce. Caught some grass. Doesn't hop as much. So yeah, they are different, the runs. That's nice. I think that was a better jump, but the time is very similar to Slim's. Ah, only lap 1. Don't do that. If you do it, commit. Ah, that's better. Despite not doing the extra MT. Less mistakes in general. Okay, he's not going for the mushroom bounce. Super late here. Ooh. Lower jumps than Slim's. All right. Again. Yeah, this is good. Again, you have to reach the road, and in comparison to Slim, what Breaknrox did better here is he held the slide the entire start boost and waited until it ran out, and then released the MT. Then start hopping, hopping, hopping. And this is a very, very early extra MT. I always straighten out a bit, take the glide, and then do the extra MT. But yeah, this way it saves a little bit, but maybe not as much. Because his cut was a bit tilted, he did it very early. But then you saw that he doesn't go for it on lap 2, so I guess it's the early stage of doing it. This is a clean mushroom cut pass without getting the bounce, but I recommend getting it. Because when you bounce off the mushroom, you get a sharper angle. Caught the grass there, and the S-turn in general is quite late. I think he tried to still get the slide around the S without hitting the grass. So this is way too late on the second. There's a delay in one hop, around the turn, around the wall, and then hop. You should keep hopping all the time. What he does differently is he jumps sooner here. He doesn't get as high of a jump as Slim, but he had some time losses elsewhere. Especially the grass on the S-turn. And not getting the bounce of the mushroom. So yeah, let's watch the mushroom cut again. Now he gets the bounce. Yeah. Bit late on the S. Better jump timing, definitely better. And a continuous hop rhythm. Alright. And the 38 3x. That was a bit wide. No bounce. I say what makes the second lap the fastest is also the bounce. This was scary. Bounce and the hop timing here was great on lap 2. He had some interruption there, some gap. And a solid last turn. But yeah. No bounce of the mushroom on lap 3, and before the shroom that turn was not clean. So lap 2 was the best. And there was one extra MT attempt, so you at least saw one. Alright, moving on. I have still a lot of videos. Moving on to Warrior Stadium. It's Slim's turn again on the fast lap. It's ranked 27th. Haha, Dylan. Need the ability to also execute it. That was a lot of corrections. Alright, I'm 126.89. So this is the worst rank time for Warrior Stadium runs. That is already on a high level. You released the MT here, yeah, he did that nicely. Try to get low pre-jumps. 2 and 3, that's the one you shroom on. He stayed on yellow smoke and counter-steered during that long airtime, that's correct. Just avoided the wall hit. Through the S. So what I do here is after I release that MT, I hold left. I do not jump instantly. 2 hops here are right. And then you turn a bit when you hit that last hill. Go around and charge. That was good. Again, I don't counter steer that much here. So I stay a bit closer. That is a weird bounce you sometimes get, but he gets a really tight shroom. That is nice. So I recommend to start that shroom a little bit further left, not than him, a little bit further left than you would expect maybe, to have a bit of room towards the wall. So you try to go a bit closer the further you go during the shroom, yeah. If you start very close to the wall, you will crash a lot of times. So that was good. Now around the turn, this is where you release, and you could go to wall clip theoretically, but this is the normal one. Okay, he should keep jumping all the way around here. There was a little hesitation, and now he's a bit late with everything. So he doesn't get the smooth flip-flop MT. Yeah. He should be ready to release it sooner. And release. So there was not the smooth transition on the flip-flop. But he still got a nice second U-turn. That was great. And then you have these row of hills here coming up. He's not straightening out perfectly, but you can adjust during these hills. It is possible. And I just see that unfortunately I can't delay the next break. That is what I always do if it's in an inconvenient time. So I apologize for that. But I will do my break now. My voice will thank me and analyze in 2 minutes. Continue to do that. All right, I'm back. Let's continue with Slim's Warrior Stadium Fast Lap. So now he's approaching the row of little hills here. And on the penultimate one here, you can hop off to get a little trend style, to get a smooth transition over the last one. But if you don't, you can sometimes bounce off. Okay, shrooms here. I would recommend to start that shroom a little bit further left. So he doesn't go wide here. But he quickly adjusts, so I didn't lose that much. Then you do 3 MTs around here. And this is potentially a spot where you could do the drop MT. I think we will see it on a later run, so I will wait with that. If you don't do that risky stuff, you do a pre-hop. Yeah, there's the boing. Then you should stay on the right side of that hill, don't go over the top. Go down onto this, down using the slope to your advantage. Very tight around here, that was good. And here I would start a bit wider, a bit further right. And then as soon as you reach this, turn fully left and keep hopping. So there was not too much which he did wrong. I think the bounce at the end of the row hill cost him a bit. And there was a weird bounce on the shroom. You can get a trend style on the second shroom. I just said shroom, I meant the 3-lap shroom spot. So the second shroom on the fast lap, you can get a little trend style at the end, which is also beneficial. And of course he could have done it on lap 2 for another 0.1, 0.15 maybe. That is possible, so there's another time save for him. And let's compare with the next run, which is also Warrior Stadium Fast Lap from Glenn, aka SupaOdin, ranked 18th. And it's lap 2. Missed MT. Wow. Glenn, work on that. You missed an MT there. I think it has a low frame rate. A bit wide here. Yeah, that was a smoother transition. Just a bit wide on the next U-turn. Oh yeah. Jumped off the penultimate hill. Good shroom. But yeah, it's a bit choppy. Not easy on the eye. Drop MT? No! Nobody's doing it. That was a bit wider at the beginning and then cutting in. Alright, so big advantage over Slim's run. Lap 2 start, releasing the MT here and doing one with yellow smoke, counter steering, and toggling again on this hill to release it. Then 2 pre-hops, 1 MT. There would be another one, he missed it. On yellow smoke again, over the big hill with a shroom. So that's a big time loss. Missing that MT. Did he miss another one? No, peachy. Again, you turn as soon as you bounce here. Well done. Notice how he slides onto it and now shrooms. So the little delay gives you the right angle for the shroom. Again, you could get a trance style hill in the end, at the end of the shroom. But if you have a tight line, this is quite good. Then you're all right. This goes a bit far left. It's a bit too wide. That beginning of the flip-flop looked good. But then this is a bit further left than you want. If you're in the middle with the flip-flop, you can cut in nice here. Go tight around the next U-turn. So this is a bit wide. And just getting the MT by bonking in the wall there. So that U-turn cost him a bit. That was wide. Nice transition there. Also good shroom. Yeah, that was good. And now what I expected with this lineup being slightly aiming to the left, or aiming slightly to the left I should say, was the drop NT. You can start a left facing slide here and hold it while counter steering. But he doesn't do it, he does a pre-drop and has to adjust again to the left, so that costs us a bit. This is again very tight. And now what he does differently to Slim, I think, is doing going a bit wider at the beginning and then cutting in with the left turn and the MT release. So he goes a bit tighter around. But yeah, missed MT and wide U-turn, wide second U-turn. Those were two obvious time losses there for Glenn. Otherwise, I mean, ranked 18th with a missed MT. It's a great run. And guess what? I have another flap from MF, aka Mexian, ranked 14th. 126.41, just 500, sorry, faster. Let's see. With a wall bonk. but probably not a missed MT. So it should be very similar. That was nice. Very tight here. Goes. Oh, he gets the trend style. Okay. Nice correction. Very good. No boing. There was no boing. That's a bit wide. No, nobody's doing it. Come on, guys, you let me down. I was expecting some of them. Okay, I think Glenn had the best last turn of the three. It looked very good. I mean, if Glenn didn't miss the MT, it would have been the best time. We even get some voice. Okay, this MT release was tricky. He was aiming towards the wall and just managed to correct it, but not quite enough. So I had to correct a bit more, maybe start the entire thing a bit further right, so you don't end up facing the wall there. Good shroom. That was also close, but corrected. Going a bit wide afterwards, but not by much. So this here is something I noticed. If you have the wrong angle, you can get a weird bounce here in the second. Notice how the engine dropped down. I think if you're facing parallel to the wall, you have a better chance, but it's very precise. You can just go by the engine sound. If you're not going away from it, then you have a better chance, but it's just speculation. I just noticed when I grind that this bounce can slow you down sometimes. That was very nice, very tight. So what I recommended is to go a bit further left here and then approaching the wall during the shroom a little bit by bit. He goes super aggressive, super tight, and then you have a high chance of crashing against the wall or going wide. It looked as if he went just a bit wide, not too much, it was very good, but just a bit away from the wall. But then the shroom trend happened. So he had, yes, he already turned. He had all the time and contact to the surface to work his way around the wall. So that was very good. This, unfortunately, was too wide then. So great shroom. But here he could have been more aggressive, further on the right side. And he went a bit too far left over the hill. Also too far left here then, over this hill. It's a bit much. He even got some air time. So that is the biggest thing I noticed about this flap. Yeah, that's definitely too far left. What he did better than Glenn with a flip-flop here, he ended up being in the middle here. Maybe even facing a bit far right. If he just stayed in the middle, that's what I want to say. It's a lot of talking. If he stayed in the middle, he would not have needed any correction. He went a bit further right than he wanted, I think, but now he turned while hitting that hill. So he had a very nice correction, and look, optimal solution. Very tight around, so that was well done. Then he should have hopped on this hill, which he didn't. That is another little improvement which is possible to get that super small trend style in the end. That was a bit wide. After that shroom, he went too wide there. That is very good again. And now I didn't expect it with this lineup, but yeah, no drop MT from anyone. So that is something everyone can experiment with. And then Glenn had the best line, I think, for the last turn. Not going too tight at the start, but then with the MT release, full left to get a tighter finish of it. But this wasn't bad. It's just a very small detail I noticed. And there you go, 126. And his voice again. Okay, that was Warrior Stadium. Moving on to the most ridiculous run for today. It is again Mexian with a double feature, and he really sent me his best ranked time and wants some pointers on that. So if somebody gets close to the world record, I have to think twice about giving advice, but this is still 0.8 off in 4th place. Come on. 4th place is so bad, I can give some advice, right? Here's his Sherbet land. 3 lap. It's a tied 4th place. Alright, first thing. Come on, where's the AB spin? You can do my AB spin strat on the start. For the extra few hundreds. Here, you can do AB spin for a tighter first turn, which is really a marginal difference. That looks great. I won't see much in this run, I guess. Nice, very nice. Crack jumps. Staying aggressive on the left. Facing ice water every time. Going around. First shroom. Yeah, I have little to say about that. Cave exit looks also clean. Don't know what's with the sound though. Nice last crack jump. Oh, there's a mistake. We see a mistake there. What did you do with the sound here, Mixian? What happened to the sound? It wasn't on your Warrior Stadium. So yeah, this is obviously what cost him the untied 4th place. And I think it messed up his line. If you don't bonk the wall here, you're probably in a better line to go from a bit further right to aggressive tight finish, landing just after the crack. So this is good, but it could be a bit further left and then straightening out immediately. What do I mean? The sound is a little bit like stuttering. It's nothing too bad, nothing important. Looks clean. Okay, what I do here is after the shroom, I start that hop a little bit later, I think. And then this one also a bit later. Let me watch it again. Yeah, don't kill your MT too soon. You also go a bit wide in the end. But we talk about very little details here. It's quite good. Ooh, that was a close call there with the landing. It made you go a bit wide. The jump itself is not bad. If it's a bit further right in the beginning and a bit further left at the end, it would be a better angle. But you cut a lot of that. So not bad by any means. Same here. If you have a different angle, if you come a bit further from the right, you finish further left. You cut a lot of that crack jump, but if you just delay your turn a little bit, you end up further left in the end. And it could be, on such a sharp turn, it could be beneficial. Nice and aggressive here again. Okay. Was quite tight. The last crack jump, but it's understandable. Didn't cut as much. That was really nice. But then release the MT earlier, I would say. If you get such a nice line here, don't wait too long with this one. If you have such a good line. You went a bit wide, just a bit. And yeah, this last jump was just bring it home. You can save more time on that. But yeah, I must say, if I don't have a side-by-side comparison with my own run, this kind of level, 4th place, which was close to the world record a few years ago, that is tough to analyze. So I would need my own run and then go really deep into detail. It's hard to spot obvious mistakes. You once hit the wall at the start of lap 2. Yeah, it gets third. There's world record tie, so you can't get second. Yeah, and a few things, a few small details at the exit of the cave maybe. But really, that's a very strong run. So tough to see some more things. We move on to Royal Raceway from Spheal, ranked 96th. Almost no audio. So when's the run? When does it happen? And the session, including the one-try match, is 5.5 hours long. So I have to go a bit, have to put a bit force on the throttle, so to speak, to get it done. I will not watch this run twice, I will just watch it once and try to spot things. It's a long run. Yeah, he retries. That looks good. This turn is very important that you don't run wide. It is not as obvious, but if you run against a ghost, this is huge. So try to be very early with the yellow smoke state and then hug that white line. Double hop here. Yeah, that was quite okay. Release the MT as soon as you go off-road onto the grass and then do a double hop. So you go up. Again, I see that he's fighting his controller, not only the track. That's quite good though. That should be a sharper turn. So turn right all the time here. As soon as you go around, hop, hop, hop. And then quickly release the charged MT as soon as you can. Yeah, he's fighting the controller. That's very obvious. That should be a quick double hop too. That is a bit late, so immediately after you release the MT jumped, you should release it and wait a little bit if you have the space. Otherwise you kill your speed. and then hop twice to get a sharper turn if you want to. Went a bit onto the grass. No double bounce, that's always good here. All right, let's see if there are differences on the other laps or if it's the same. That is a bit better than lap 1. Yep, better hairpin than lap 1. You could do 2 MTs during this turn, but it's very advanced, so 1 is enough for now. That looked better than lap 1. A bit late on the release though. Still 1 hit. Again, he jumps immediately after he releases the MT. Shouldn't do that. Release the MT here, if you can, if you're fast enough, and then wait a little bit. Don't hop immediately. But yeah, the next turn happens soon. It's a tough spot. Goes over the grass. Still a bit faster than that 1, I think. And this, I think, is the second best. Lap 1 was the best in that regard. Solid jump there. Ooh, wide. Counter steer too much. Go with the turn there and don't counter steer too much. On the shroom here, I think... Oh, that was too much. Shroom, as soon as you leave the road, he's quite long on the grass until he finally fires that shroom. Oh yeah, what I didn't talk about is the MT over this speed pad, the zipper. Try to hold the slide the entire time and release the MT when you've reached the end, when you go off it. Don't release it on it. Ooh, yeah, that's obviously not intended. That was a bit too far left. Should have cut more with that. He did that better on lap 1 and 2. This is a bit far left. So it's a solid run. I mean, it's a top 100. Quite consistent splits. With a seemingly oversteering controller. Maybe not the same as on Toad's Turnpike, I don't know. But definitely one where straightaways and SSMTs are not as easy. So yeah, that was a good run. How many do you have left? 5 more runs to analyze. I'll do that after a short break for my voice. Okay. Yeah, 1.5 hours of that was the one try match. But that was a little bit longer than I was hoping for in terms of the entire stream length. And this is a bit longer than I was looking for. But yeah, I'm not cutting it too short. So let's move on. Also, I think I just realized that MF subscribed again for 21 months. Should have done that before the match, but thank you, Maxian. And moving on to skipping Bowser's Castle to DKJP from Perth. Ranked 224th. With my own stream being in the background. I heard my own voice. Alright, there's a lot of stuff going on here. Let's go back. Yeah, there's my voice. Don't hold the slide for that long. Release it earlier. I'll just give simple advice because it's not even top 200. And during this turn, try to hop all the time. Hop, hop, hop. Yeah, what you did at the end. But try to do that a bit earlier. And then here, try to turn a bit longer until you release the control stick. So you have to go a bit further left, but not for too far, of course. But yeah, this jump is not the best. So if you don't get a good jump, you can shroom in the cave. That's what I do on one tries. But if you want to shroom over the grass, you need a better jump further to the left, which lands around this spot here. This spot, this bright spot, or maybe a bit further. But you need to be there. You can also look at this tree. When you jump, let's have a look again. This tree could be an indicator, or this spot. This line. That's a good jump. If you're just right of that, you can still shroom over the grass. If you're so far, then it will slow you down. It's not the right strat to go for. On this turn, try to hop off the top part as soon as you go up here, jump off, and then you will land on the grass still, but you can cut a bit. So do not only slide onto it, jump. So if you save the shroom, you can shroom in the cave, but now you have to climb up. Oh, that was a good job. Then triple tap A. I think I don't have to explain the climbing, that was good. But the triple tap was a bit late. Yeah, that looked good. Just tap A 3 times again. Don't hold that slide for too long. That is way too long. Release that earlier. And then repeat. Hop a bit more. Don't release that jump button on the ramp. Hold it until you're in the air. That's a big difference I spotted. You see it when the camera changes, the camera angle. That was a bit rough. I think the triple tap is too late again. And this MT is way too long. Held way too long. I have to release that early. Keep hopping more. Ooh, that looked weird. And this is a great jump. Oh, okay. When you get such a good jump, you land and you shroom immediately. Where you want to aim is between these two. Oh, the stars are in the way. Between these two trees, you go through them. And you anticipate the next hit. So you start a right-facing slide. And as soon as you get hit, don't turn again on the joystick. You try to charge another MT. But yeah, for beginners, you could also go just straight and don't do another MT there. but that lap 3 jump was the best one. So let's see the end. Ooh, nice. Bit late on the triple tap again, on the acceleration. But yeah, look at the last lap. That was clearly the best split. Thanks to the jump, that was really good. Oh yeah, I had a pro school stream. So if something is left out today, of course I can't cover everything, then check out the pro school in my Discord or on my YouTube. And moving on to the penultimate track for today. It is Yoshi Valley time, starting with Enters, fast lap ranked 200th. Let's see what the duck does. Goes wide. It's short, so I can watch it fully and then react to it. Nice happen. Ooh, that was scary. Oh, almost missed it. Okay, here we go again. The ghost already does it better. I don't know if it's his own ghost. So he has to hold left a bit longer at the beginning. During this AB spin, he counter steered too early. So the ghost does it much better. Look at the difference. That's the first time loss. That hop is a bit late into the slide. Should happen around here already. And then you can even get an MT. And hopefully you don't have this awkward bounce here. That happens if you are too late with your next hop or if your angle is off. It is very, very precise, so it happens to me too. But the line is still okay. It could be a bit tighter up the volcano turn here. Watch the ghost. It partly does it better until it hits the volcano wall. But yeah, it should be tighter around there. And you can do some kind of pre-hop at the top here. Yeah, he did it quite well. So for the next hairpin jump, you want to have a very sharp turn. So you release the MT here and then you hop twice. That's what he did. So that was well done. You can even go through the fence here a little bit. So you can go even more aggressive because it has one-sided hit detection. So you can jump through it from the outer side, but not from the inside. 1, 2, 3. There's an advanced strat where you do 4 MTs, but you have to do them more quickly, and the last one carries you all the way onto the bridge. There would be a way to save time. But a very big time save I noticed is the double shroom. You try to do a double hop for the sharp turn already on the bridge and start about here maybe. And he gets caught on the rail there. He hits the rail. So this is way too late. There's really a big time save for him. If he does now, does start the double hop now, hop the first time until maybe here, around here, and the second hop he would be going sharp off the bridge and hop onto the grass very early. And look, if you maybe land here, how early you can also shroom. So his entire double shroom starts super late because he has such a big air time. And then he is far off to the right This is a bit better, but you can cut a lot more there, so that is a big time save. The last room though starts looking good. Now at this point, because you counter steer and hold for too long and the game does only allow a limited time until you lose the MT, the orange smoke I mean, you have to quickly turn inwards left and counter steer again in a way that you you keep your orange smoke and the entire slide by that, and you also do not go into the fence before crossing the finish line. And what happens is he loses the orange smoke and the game makes him turn, but it's enough before hitting the fence he reaches the finish line, because he was a bit further away to the fence than you would on an optimal shroom line. So he was a bit lucky there. Yeah, he a bit lucky. But unlucky with the rail hit. The rail hit on the bridge there, here. So the big time saves would be the start and the finish. He could do an MT at the first spinies and have more pace going towards the second spiny set. But yeah, the hairpin turn was great. He has to work on the AB spin at the beginning and on the double shroom in the end, and that is a big part of this short lap. More Yoshi Valley coming up with Ashley's ranked 31st, Ashley's 3-lap run. Nice start. Bit wide, I think. Yeah, should turn earlier. You have to commit at some point to turn left. It's a bit like a blind turn. You have to evolve. I think that's the right word. To develop some muscle memory for that. So this is what Enter did not do, and what you can do. Jump early enough, toggle, and get an MT. Okay, she got some airtime, but no bounce. Nice and aggressive. The only thing I notice is, if you go too tight at the beginning, and you go through the fence, you have to be quick on the turn and you have to manage staying on the track actually. So try to go a bit wider in the beginning, then do the same rhythm and you end up further left here and you don't go as wide. Ooh, that is so wide. Okay, she spaces out the MTs more. So Enter could also do this MT rhythm with 3 MTs to reduce the big gap in the end. Or do 4 MTs, but that is advanced. It's not as easy. So 3 MTs can be enough. Also depending on the position of the egg. Little correction there. That will be null tires, I think. Yeah, we get null tires. I just realized it could be null tires. Alright. If you do the null tires, you hop off. Why is everyone hitting the rail there? You hop off the bridge without going for an MT, so without going for a toggle. You just jump and correct your line a bit to the left, and then you start the proper slide. Release it here, jump off that first polygon seam, where there's a little hill. Then you get the null tires and you will speed up. You won't lose as much speed. Keep a higher speed off-road. But then you need to, this is the first time I ever analyzed such a run. You need to hit this spot right next to the fence to get the second set of null tires, and she's very far off to the right, which happens all the time to me too. it is tough to get. So there you can see grass coming off the tires, she didn't get it. And then you can also go for a third one if you're not hugging the fence, which can be fast if you got null tires. And that's what she tries here. There's a third spot, which is tough to see on the video here. See, she got some air. Off this third spot, around the finish line, the extended finish line. Getting left null tires, but also hitting the fence. So ideally you want to be in an angle. I also tried to correct my line to be able to avoid the fence, but it's very tough off-road. So you can avoid the fence and get this third null tire set, but it is the most difficult of the three. Okay, that shroom was a bit on the early side. Let me see it again. I've never analyzed such a run. Ah, okay. Yeah, I always go further left. Not as far up the hill, so that is slow if you drive up the hill, even if you missed the null tires. And then that makes the distance to the bridge longer. And that's why it runs out a bit early. Nice, through the spinies. So this is tough, it depends on your pace where you can go. It's really depending on the pace. If you're fast enough, you can still go through here, as you can see. But she didn't have the cleanest opener, so has to go between the first and second spiny and manages that. So good job. Again, if you go up the volcano hill, you can jump here and do a little pre-hop. She did it a bit late. The double hop hairpin turn again. 3 MTs, which is the go-to strat on lap 2 with the egg position here. Definitely 3. And then repeat that jump again. This was closer, but still needs to be a bit further left. Yeah, only gets the left side of null tires. Then hugging the fence. So couldn't go for the third one. I want to watch that again. I think I jump into a slide at some point. Trying to recall what I actually do there. I think it's the right thing to shroom and then immediately jump into a slide because you're off-road. So that is very tough to do else, to do differently. Too wide here again. But you have to dodge the spinies. And gets through, okay. Better than first lap, but again, that was a bit late with the MT release. If you are a bit wider here, you end up further left down. Okay, this was solid, but I still recommend start a little bit wider and then do the sharp turn with the double hop. Now the finish. Yes, nice finish. That was a great example of a good second jump. Here, that's what I was saying on the first lap. Right at the fence, getting all 4 null tires, hugging the fence with a high speed, and then finishing. That is the optimal finish because you don't want to go for the third jump on the last lap. You just want to finish there. So yeah, I'm still new to this null tire technique, so that was a premiere debut for me analyzing such a run. I hope I saw most of it, but yeah, I have to move on because my voice is almost done. This is such an overdose of talking. We have Dossey with his Yoshi Valley flap, ranked 21st. And he's doing the crazy setup. He knows the setup, so I will not analyze it. In short summary, you get null tires. You keep them by staying on the same polygon, so you back up as much as you can without leaving that polygon, so the game will not check your tire state again. And then you do some crazy stuff at the beginning to keep them. That looked quite solid. Okay, he got that bounce there. A bit late on that slide, I would say. Should start it a bit earlier. Now, yeah, it's marginal. A bit unlucky with the bounce. That looked nice. Okay, I would do the double hop very quickly, in quick succession. Hop, hop. Do not wait between these two hops. Do not wait. And then only 3 MTs. Yeah, so on a high level, we're talking about possible top 20 here. You should go for the advanced strat 4 MTs. 1, 2, 3. And then the fourth one will carry you on the bridge. And now let's watch somebody doing the double hop without hitting the rail. No, not a double hop, it was a single hop, right? I spoke too soon. Yeah, I think it's a double hop, but he does not hop quick. Yeah, same as on the hairpin turn. If you hop very quickly twice, you're turning sharp. Hop, hop. So the second hop should have happened earlier because the bridge is hanging, angled a little bit up in the end. So if you wait too long, you get too much airtime, similar to what Enter had. Too much airtime means you will not land sooner and the shroom is delayed. So yeah, it's a delayed shroom. This is a nice second shroom though, or third rather. And see how he turned a little bit and countersteered again and crosses the finish line before hitting the fence. Nice. But yeah, the double hop has to happen very quickly for the sharp turn, allowing an earlier shroom because you land sooner, you don't get as much air time. Apart from that, I can only suggest the fourth MT. The beginning looked quite nice. A little bit unlucky between the spinies, but very, very little to see before the hairpin turn, and then 4 MTs and the double hop. And boom, top 20 time for sure. But this is already a high level. And my voice is finally arriving for the last one. It is from Ashley again, a Banshee Boardwalk 3-lap ranked 74th. Let's watch it. Oh, wow, interesting. So nobody sent me Bowser's Castle and Rainbow Road times videos. Okay, no coincidence. She does that every lap. Scary. Oh. Obvious time loss. No! Bonking the wall in the end. What were the splits? Yeah, the last lap was the slowest. Alright. Here we go. Last track. Nice jump at the beginning. Aim a bit further left, yeah. She needs to correct her line now. Hop, hop, hop. Yep. It is possible to do an extra MT here if you want to do all the advanced stuff. Depending on where you are, I would do a left facing one here, but you can leave it out. And that is something I would recommend. As soon as you go over this little, yeah, at the end of the uphill section, over that top of it, turn to change your smoke to a yellow and finish it as soon as you go around this corner. That was good. A bit late. I'd say do this one and then quickly the other one, finishing on the right side, not on the left side. Okay, that shroom was good immediately after the landing, but it gives you a better angle if you drop on the right half of the track. And now, going into the bathhouse, it is a bit late. The first one here is a bit late. Try to finish it around here already and then go here. And now the big thing I noticed, she just slides over the gap, which is scary on the first lap because it's so far left, but it still works. What I do is I do not slide before the gap. I jump over the gap and start my slide as soon as I land after it. But in order to go around the next wall, you have to be quick. So I jump quite early and land just behind the gap. I do not try to jump far over the gap, just far enough that I land right after, and then I start the slide. She does hop to correct her line a bit. So I would not recommend that, just release and then continue that. Just turn after you release. Okay, a bit wide. These little correction hops do cost a bit. Okay, try to be aggressive here on the last turn. Really go tight around it. This should be released and then you go for the next corner and jump there. And again on this straight, you could do an extra MT if you want. That is up to you. Both advanced strat, both of these extra MTs. That hop is actually good because it's a 90-degree turn like on Bowser's Castle, which I didn't cover today. It is a bit faster to jump for such a 90-degree angle turn, for such a sharp turn there. That's the only one you have to do it on Banshee Warwalk. Again, this would be the spot for another extra MT. That was nice and tight. So if this happens, it is not easy, but you can still save the shroom to be clean. Again, I recommend to finish on the right side. She ends up being on the right side, but start this slide a bit earlier. If you are very late with it, you increase the chance, and also if you are further left, of getting this bounce. But since you touch the ground before you bounce up, you have a very short time to anticipate the landing and firing a shroom. And if you fire the shroom before you bounce up, it will be faster than doing it this way. When you bounce up and then you realize, oh no, I haven't shroomed yet. But it's very tough. Would be faster though. And the shroom was a bit late. Again, this way of handling the crack in the bat house. I told you in lap 1 how I do it. I would recommend it every lap. And do not hop after that corner, passing that wall. I wouldn't hop at all here. Same as on lap 1, more aggressive on that corner. And let's see if there's any major differences on the last lap. Good jump there, better than on lap 2. A bit wide on the approach of that turn. A bit late on that MT release. And yeah, too far right. Getting the bounce again, so that was scary. Yeah, need to save the run with the extra hop. It all adds up a little bit, and then snagging the wall there. That's obvious, of course. Again, that very unique way of handling it. Let's see if the last turn is a bit wide again. Yeah, it's just a consistent thing which needs to be adjusted. And then, of course, the last SSMT was not clean. And there could have been another time save. So I made it through. There was around 4.5 hours of PR analysis after my 1.5 hour one try match where I didn't have to talk, but still that was quite the effort. So I hope you get some pointers out of that. I need to rest my voice now. I am not a very bubbly person, so I'm not talking non-stop. I'm not non-stop talking to myself. I'm not whistling and singing all the time when I'm not around anyone else. But good luck, Mexian, for Sherwoodland. And thank you for watching, everyone. That is it for today. I will upload this and put timestamps at some point in the video description. I hope everyone who sent me some runs gets the most out of them and out of my advice, and I want to see a lot of improvements now. So that is it. I'll be back tomorrow with the reloaded first part of Super Mario Sunshine in the evening, and then I'll be back with Mario Kart 64 grind on my own on Tuesday. So see you then for the next streams, and bye for now.